Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm virtual welcome to your 2020 UAR President, Dave Robison.
Good morning, everybody. Hey, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the first ever UAR virtual convention. We have more realtors here today than I have ever seen at a UAR convention. That's the awesome part about us being virtual. The sad part is we don't get to see each other and network and learn from each other in person, but we'll be able to do that next year. Before we begin, I wanted to provide you with some information about how today's program is going to work. This first session will go until 12:30. It is not certified for CE credit, so you may come and go as you please during this portion. Although we hope that you'll be watching all of it, as we have some amazing speakers that we normally don't get to hear from at our regular convention. Our second session will begin at 1 p.m. We will have intermission music and slides between 12:30 and 1, and you are welcome to either stay on the webinar during the break or exit the webinar and rejoin us at 1 p.m. You will use the same link that you used to log on to this session. This second session is certified for CE credit. To receive CE credit, you must attend the entire 2-hour session. We will receive a report from Zoom that will tell us whether you attended the whole session. That means you must individually log on to Zoom and can't watch a colleague's screen if you would like credit. Second, we will be asking questions throughout the legal panel to verify your participation. So please write down the answers to these questions, as you will be required to submit them after the class concludes. You will submit these through the Google form that you received through Zoom 1 hour prior to the conference. UAR will also email out this form again following the conference if you did not receive that email. So please submit any questions about this process in the Q&A box. Before we get started, I also want to recognize our UAR Executive Committee for everything they've done to adapt and pivot in order to advocate for you for this year. I also want to give a special thank you to our Convention Committee and our 2020 Convention Chair, Terry Lund. When the committee members agreed to serve, they thought we would be planning live events rather than virtual ones. I want to thank them for persevering and pivoting to plan a great event for us. I also want to especially thank our sponsors. We extend a big thank you to our platinum sponsor, UtahRealEstate.com. We also extend our thanks to our gold sponsor, the Utah Central Association of Realtors. Every year at convention, we have an annual association meeting and the state of the UAR speech to let you know what's happening in the industry and at the association. It is my pleasure to provide you with that update today as we celebrate UAR's 100-year anniversary. And we look forward to what we'd like to accomplish as an industry in the next 100 years. It's also important to look back and see how far we've come in the very first 100 years. In preparation for this anniversary celebration, the UAR staff combed through old newspaper articles from 1920 to learn more about the founding of our organization. What we learned was that while many things are very different now in our industry, many of our main challenges and purposes remain the same. Today, I want to point out several of the highlights from our past and relate them to the issues we're working on today. That first highlight deals with UAR's mission to protect against adverse laws. This newspaper article from 1920 about the founding of UAR says that the purpose of our organization is to promote uniformity and prevent adverse laws. This article goes on to say that the benefits of the organization would be to watch all pending legislation with a view to preventing the passage of laws which would be detrimental to the real estate dealers of the state. The leaders also said that it was important for those in real estate to be involved with city planning, zoning, taxes and assessments, and promoting the local economy. Even though some of those issues might be different today, that core purpose of preventing adverse laws and promoting our communities remains the exact same. In fact, this year in particular has highlighted more than ever the need for us to be involved in politics. Last year and earlier this year, we faced the prospect of the legislature implementing a sales tax on service, a measure that would have been extremely detrimental to affordable housing and to anyone buying or selling property. We worked to educate lawmakers about these issues and find solutions to the state's funding problems that didn't include a sales tax on services. After the legislative session and the appearance of COVID-19 in our state, our advocacy efforts turned to keeping the real estate market going during the pandemic. We talked with both state and local officials about how real estate is an essential service and the need to keep the industry operating during the pandemic. As a result of our efforts, we were able to keep real estate open during the pandemic. This is in contrast to other states that shut down real estate transactions. We also kept real estate related services such as appraisal, home inspection, title, recording open during COVID-19 shutdowns. Working with the National Association, we were also able to make sure realtors had access to the PPP, the Paycheck Protection Program, and pandemic unemployment insurance. As the crisis continues, all three levels of the association continue to work together to make sure that laws and regulations implemented during the pandemic are not harmful to our clients or their business. My second comparison to the 1920s deals with professionalism. After the UAR organized, one of the first legislative efforts was to present a bill to the legislature proposing the implementation of real estate licensing. The purpose was to protect the public from dishonest and unprincipled real estate brokers whose activities tended to discredit the real estate brokerage business. That bill was adopted in 1921, and real estate was then regulated under the Utah Securities Commission. To receive a real estate license, 2 real estate property owners had to recommend the applicant as honest, trustworthy, and competent to engage in the real estate business. Just as the organization promoted education and professionalism 100 years ago, we continue to do so today. This year, we have focused on providing you with legal information you can stay up to date on best practices. We are answering more questions than ever on our legal hotline. We are hosting Facebook Live events with our attorneys to provide you with an opportunity to ask questions and learn about legal best practices for current trends in the industry. Later this morning, we'll also be talking about the launch of our new online legal library, so you have even more access to information about legal issues and professionalism. We're also working to make it easy for you to navigate your transactions. Based on feedback, we recently rolled out big changes to UAR forms, including the subject to sell addendum and the time clause addendum. Our legal panel later today will talk more about those changes. My third comparison to the 1920s deals with promoting realtors and property ownership. 100 years ago, our organization recognized the importance of communicating the value of home ownership and the value of using a realtor. In fact, there was a campaign to advertise the word realtor and to acquaint the public with the service rendered by a real estate office. The campaign also sought to communicate the desirability of real estate ownership. Fast forward to today, and the UAR continues to communicate similar messages. In fact, we recently conducted a real estate ad campaign where real consumers shared their positive experiences when using a realtor. In total, the campaign had more than 10 million impressions across all types of media platforms. The campaign performed particularly well on social media, where engagement levels performed 9 times better than the average across all industries. In fact, our media buyer remarked that she's never seen a campaign perform this well. Whether through TV, radio, social media, or news stories, we are constantly working to share the message that realtors provide valuable services for their clients. Finally, my last comparison to the 1920s is in regard to our desire to promote affordable housing. Not only are we facing a housing shortage today, but we were also facing one in 1920. Without FHA and the financial systems we have in place today, there wasn't enough capital to build homes, and incentives were needed to get people to invest in mortgage securities. Realtors on a local and national level worked to advocate for policies that would help alleviate the housing shortage and stimulate building, including offering an income tax exemption for those investing in certain mortgages. Today, we also are facing an extreme housing shortage, and we need to continue our work with government officials to eliminate today's barriers to homeownership, including officials' reluctance to approve new housing construction. To do this, we are working to elect leaders who want to find solutions to our affordable housing challenges and make sure that housing is attainable. Our PAC helps us get involved in these elections so we can invest in candidates who care about our issues. I want to thank each of you who have invested in our PAC this year. So far, we have raised nearly $1 million for our PAC, even during this challenging year. Thank you to all who have donated, including all our major investors who invested $1,000 or more. As we look back over the last 100 years, we see that even though much has changed, our core mission has remained constant. In another 100 years, perhaps future realtors will look back and also say that much has changed, but much has also stayed the same. The one thing that we will always be constant in UAR's commitment is advocating for realtors and property owners. We're now going to move to the next portion of our program. It is my pleasure to welcome a very special guest from the National Association of Realtors, who will be our next speaker. Vince Malta is a realtor in San Francisco, California, and is the 2020 president of the National Association of Realtors. The CEO and broker of Malta & Company, Vince is a third-generation realtor who has been in the real estate business for over 43 years, and he has served the industry in countless roles. These include serving on the NAR Board of Directors and as Vice President of Government Affairs. Vince has also been deeply involved with the California Association of Realtors since 1988, having served as president in 2006 and being awarded the Realtor of the Year for the state of California in 2007. He is a graduate of the University of San Francisco and University of San Francisco School of Law. Please give me a warm welcome, a virtual welcome for NAR President Vince Malta.
Thank you, President Dave. It's great to be with all of you today, even though it's through this new medium of a screen. And I know that this is a challenging time for many of you as you grapple with so many of the things that have faced us this year. Now we're dealing with wildfires in your state, an ongoing pandemic. As you know, in California, where I'm from, we're dealing with the same. And so we're hoping that it does not become nearly as widespread here. And I just want to reiterate that the difficulties that we're facing this year make these virtual gatherings like this one we're having now so very important. And despite all these challenges in 2020, the Realtor team has never been stronger, which is amazing. And that's just a testament to the resilience and the adaptability shown by all of you. And so I just like to take a moment to offer a special thank you to Utah Association of Realtors President Dave Robinson, President-elect Carol Norton, Vice President Randy Day, your Treasurer Jed Nilsson, immediate past President Christy Vale, and of course, someone working for your success every day, your CEO, Chris Kyler. Chris, I hope you're feeling better now. I know you had an injury earlier this year and hope you're recovering well. And I want to thank you for your commitment and service during this unprecedented year. And while none of us could have asked for some of what has happened in 2020, we could not have asked for better leadership from your state and your local leaders. So on behalf of NAR, thank you for all you're doing in working together. And you are all leaders. You've been leading our communities through this COVID-19 pandemic, and people are taking notice. You know, we've done surveys, and about half of buyers and sellers said that during the pandemic, relying on a real estate professional when searching for or selling a home is much more important than ever before. Now that is a testament to your value proposition. So thank you for everything you're doing to serve your clients safely and effectively. And because of your conscientious efforts, the housing market's on a strong upward trajectory. Now, Lawrence Yoon, our NAR economist, will be addressing you later with specifics, but generally, pending home sales made a record comeback in May and continued to grow in June and July. That marks 3 consecutive months of growth. Real estate is a huge economic driver. Our industry makes up nearly 1/5 of the US economy. So these trends are promising news for realtors, for Utah, and for our country. Just imagine for a moment, if we had worked or were working in the airline and hotel industries and the restaurant industries, it's going to take, in some instances, years for them to come back. So fortunately, we've shown that as this pandemic, ebbs and flows and wanes, that we're able to adjust and be able to effectively serve our clients through this, and will be a driver in our economy moving forward. So while you're looking out for your clients in your business, NAR is looking out for you in Washington, and so are your state and local leaders at those levels too. And over the past months, realtor advocacy has been nothing short of extraordinary. Never in my 43 years of real estate have I seen more accomplished in such a short period than what has happened and in the past 6 months. We've secured major wins for realtors in COVID-19 relief legislation, and we continue to advocate for additional relief measures for our industry. Realtors made sure that independent contractors and those commission-based income were eligible for SBA loans, unemployment assistance, and paid sick and family leave. And we know it has not been easy. When so much is done in such little time, we've taken that feedback and we've worked and stood up for you and consumers in making sure that these relief programs were corrected and updated so that we can make it more flexible. We stood up for consumers, supporting mortgage forbearance measures that allow borrowers of government-backed mortgages to request up to 360 days of mortgage forbearance. If any of you were practicing back in 2009, 10, and 11, you know how important that is to keep people in their homes. Now, this has been a very fluid situation. So everything I say today can all be found on nar.realtor. And you could just go /coronavirus, or you could just search and find everything that I'm talking about today. Again, that's nar.realtor. It's a great site, and just use the search function. And we're not done in Washington, of course. I mean, there is so much that, and so many challenges that lie ahead. And we're working to make sure that first-time borrowers are not locked out of this market. Thanks to your help, NAR is supporting the Bipartisan American Dream Down Payment Act, and it functions sort of like an education savings account, and it'll be administered by the states. So we're working diligently on that. And Congress, of course, is working on other COVID-19 relief legislation. Not easy. They're far apart, but we have till the end of this month, and we're looking to make sure that the flood program is renewed, and that nothing expires in the interim, including the budget. So it's very important. So very difficult, as you know, with this election looming right ahead of us, but we're diligently working towards that. And one thing that we're urging Congress to do is to provide additional relief for rental and unemployment assistance after the administration issued an executive order to halt evictions through the end of this year. The eviction moratorium may help renters stay in their houses now. That's all well and good, but it won't help them cover months of unpaid rent after the moratorium expires. It just simply kicks the can down the road. And property owners, meanwhile, need help meeting their own financial obligations. Without rent from their tenants or assistance from government, they may face default, and that puts the entire housing sector at risk. So we're going to continue pushing for meaningful action on this issue, and several of us have appointments this afternoon to talk with the president's administration. Some of the other priorities we're looking at: nationwide remote online notarization laws so that all online closings can take place in all 50 states. Very important as we move forward. Liability protections for businesses that reopen, as long as they follow federal and state guidelines. And reforms to 1031 and opportunity zone programs so that we can get deadlines pushed out a bit more so that people can complete those in a timely manner. So, on top of our major advocacy efforts this year, we're addressing a very important issue that we've been working very hard on over this last year, and that's addressing equality and affordability in housing. And we, as realtors, must help families build wealth through the American dream of homeownership. And earlier this year, NAR leadership team adopted a Fair Housing Action Plan called ACT, which stands for Accountability, Culture Change, and Training. It's creating a series of training programs working to make realtors and our staff the leaders in fair housing. Very important. And last year, we created a new Fair Housing Policy Committee, and we're pivoting our Strategic Thinking Advisory Committee to look at this issue to make sure that NAR is a leader in addressing racial inequality. We're forming coalitions with other groups, and all very well and good, but let me say this: change starts with each and every one of us. This is the time for realtors to step up and lead. Now, we have a number of ways you can join us, and it's not enough for us to say, you know, I don't discriminate, so none of this applies to me. I invite you to watch and share NAR's new video on implicit bias. So go back to that website, search video on implicit bias. And hopefully there are some tools in there that you could pick up on, because personally, I've gotten so much from that video, and it reinforces that change that I need to make in my protocols as I better serve my diverse community in San Francisco. And it's about 45 minutes, and it's just well worth the time. And if you want to do something further, you can also obtain your At Home with Diversity certification. And lastly, most importantly, we must continue to listen and learn on this issue and so much more. And we must create a safe environment within our realtor family so that we could have these discussions. These conversations we're having now as an industry and as Americans allow us to take informed action together. So let's create that safe environment. Let's not attack people as we express our ideas. Let's talk about the ideas. Okay, so let me switch gears a bit here. So you probably heard, I've said there's an election this year, 49 days away to be exact. So there's so much at stake for you personally and for realtors. And that makes our advocacy work and our collective voice more important than ever. You know, your continued support of RPAC makes that work possible. And it allows us to support candidates for elected office who understand and are committed to the issues that matter to realtors. And I always use that example of Johnny Isakson, who was a senator from Georgia, who was a realtor, and he was the go-to person in the Senate on real estate issues. We need more Johnny Isaksons of our country. Potentially that could be you from Utah. the years of investment and relationship building that have helped us secure the things that we've accomplished, last year and this year. And we needed these to weather the storm. So with your continued contributions, we can keep fighting to protect homeowners, support the real estate industry, and drive the economy forward. So as the election day nears, our message to realtors remains the same. It is vote, act, and invest. And in the last presidential election, 74% of our members voted. 74%. That's got to be 100% this year. NAR has created resources so we can help you encourage voting. The full 2020 election toolkit for members and associations is available at another website. It's realtorparty.realtor. So again, the Realtor Party, so realtorparty.realtor. And don't forget to use the hashtag RealtorsVote. Now, before I close this morning, I just want to remind you that NAR is here to serve our members any way we can. And when COVID-19 hit, we collectively believed that if there was ever a time members needed their association, this was it. So we took everything out of our NAR toolbox and provided it to our members at a substantial discount or for free, and through our Right Tools, Right Now program. Since about April of this year, NAR has made more than $20 million worth of tools available, including members telehealth. And I hope some of you have used that, and if you haven't, it's still available to you at a substantial discount. And you can visit nar.realtor/RTRN, again, RTRN, for more information on those programs. And if you get lost through all of this, let me just give you a toll-free number. And you can call from, I believe, Mountain Time, that's 7 to 5, Monday through Friday, at 1-800-874-6500. Again, that's 1-800-874-6500. If you have a question, it will be answered or directed to someone that can answer it for you. We want to make sure that you have the support that you need. So while we're proud of the resilience that our realtors team has displayed during these trying times, I've got to tell you that I have to give you a special thank you for sharing a person who's serving on our leadership team at NAR and who's going to lead our organization so very well, and that's Kenny Parcell. And I don't know if Kenny's on the call today, but want to thank you. People ask me, Vince, why do you want to be president? Why do any of us want to be in leadership? And there are great reasons as to why we want to do this. We want to give back. We want to make sure that we mentor leaders, et cetera. But very selfishly for me, one of the selfish reasons is I get to have people like Kenny Parcell and Utah Realtors in my life because it enriches my life in such a meaningful way. And you'll find that the more you get involved with organized real estate, you will get more out of it than you will ever put into it. Kenny Parcell and Utah Realtors are that reason for me. So thank you for that. Confident of one thing, and that's we're going to be part of this economic recovery. It won't be easy, but if 2020 has taught us anything, it's that if we work together, we can accomplish anything, no matter what is thrown at us. And so I look forward to the day sometime soon when we can all gather in person to recognize just how much we truly accomplished this year. And till that time, I'm just going to say be well and stay safe, and thank you for all that you do. Dave, I don't know if there's any time for questions built in, but I'm happy to answer any that your leadership team or anyone has had in your Q&A chat there. Please feel free.
We do have time if someone has a question. Let me double check our question board. Let's see.
And I will say we're holding our meetings virtually as well in November. They were originally scheduled for New Orleans. But the wonderful thing, as Dave pointed out earlier in this, is that we have more member engagement in our mid-year meetings. 9,000 members typically attend those mid-year meetings. We had over 28,000 through our virtual meetings. So that level of engagement is huge, and we're expecting and hopefully that we'll have that increased engagement in New Orleans too, through virtually through New Orleans.
Okay, so I'm not seeing, let's see. Okay, I do have one question here. What are some of the policies that NAR is promoting to protect landlords, and how does that trickle down to the state level?
Okay, so one thing is we're urging Congress, okay, to provide relief for property owners who, by and large, were missed through the small business loan program. So we're asking that instead of checks being cut directly for rental assistance to the tenants, we're asking that they be cut to the property owner, okay, so that we make sure that money is not misdirected. As we've seen, and this is a lot of the money was directed, let's say, through the Trump bucks, the $600, okay, and some tenants have not been able to pay their rent for a variety of reasons, but none of that is getting to the property owner. We're also working with lenders and with the government on better forbearance agreements for these owners to make sure that when this is over, they're not going to be immediately said, okay, now you got to double up your payments. It's just not feasible. So it looks like we need to work towards more longer term solutions for them. But the difficult thing is, I think the question purports is that local and state governments could provide even greater protections to, let's say, tenants. So I think it's incumbent upon us that we must work for companion pieces. So if there's an eviction on moratoriums or a waiver of rents, okay, that there be a corresponding protection for the property owner given to them through the local or state government.
Okay, thank you. Can you ask President Malta if there's any hope of NAR having live conferences in 2021?
Yes, there's always hope for that. In fact, so there will always be a virtual component moving forward because we can convert some of those people virtual into in person someday. So we really increase our level of engagement. So we're hoping that that'll happen, but I will say this, members' health and safety comes first. So if we can create a plan, okay, and that'll protect our members, yes, we definitely want to be there. Look, social distancing is tough to begin with. It's tougher for realtors because we're so gregarious, we're so social. So we recognize that. So I want to be there with you probably just as much as you, but let's do it safely.
President Malta, could you be sure to get us the links that you talked about for the web address and the NAR discounts so that we can send that out to all of our members as well?
Sure. If there's a chat function, I'll type it in somewhere in here before I leave, most certainly, okay?
Perfect, thank you. And then let's see, one last question. When talking forbearance, is there an effort to allow refinancing if this has taken place?
Okay, so very difficult question. We could have a lot of requirements from the government, like let's say in the SAFE Act, if you availed yourself of a forbearance agreement with a lender, okay, it is not going to affect your credit score, okay? But how does the industry, how do lenders look at the forbearance? Will they require as a condition of a refi or whatever? So this is what refi, 12 past payments, okay? So that's difficult. So how is this going to affect your ability to get a loan with a lender in the future, even though, let's say, your credit score was not affected? So we have to deal with the industry on that level. Now, in relation to those people that have gone in forbearance, is there any way that they could refi or work? So the forbearance, if you have a government-backed loan, the forbearance has it so that those payments are built onto the back end of the loan so that you're not going to be immediately having to double up, okay? Now, this is what's tough, is that not all loans are government-backed loans. And lender, when you inquire, will have to tell you. Then you are left with negotiating with the lender as to what your forbearance and what that would look like and whether you could refi through them, what other options are available to you. So we're working with the industry as a whole, collectively, because no one wants to go to Congress and stand in front of a Congress a hearing and talk about what they're not doing for borrowers, especially as this goes forward. So I think that this is the time to continue to work on improving on those forbearance agreements.
Hey, thank you so much. Thank you so much, President Malta, for providing us with valuable info about what's happening on the national level and for taking time out of your busy schedule to be with us today. Our next speaker is going to be Deanna Devi, UAR's Director of Communications and Operations. She will give us a preview of the new UAR website. Please welcome Deanna Devi.
Good morning, Utah Realtors. I am so happy to be with you today and to share about a project I've been working on for the last few months. And that project is the UAR website. Earlier this year, we surveyed our UAR members, and one of the things we asked you was, well, what features would be helpful to you in a website? And again, that's the reason we even have the website, is for you as UAR members, so we want to make it as beneficial as possible. So the things that you told us that you wanted in a website, I want to show kind of what we're working on, and those include legal content, market statistics, and information for consumers. Those are the top 3 things you said you wanted in a website for your survey. So the website isn't live yet. It's going to be live in a couple weeks at the end of the month, beginning of next month. So you're getting a little sneak preview here. And I'm going to share my screen right now so that you can have that sneak preview. Okay, so what you're seeing right now is our new UAR website homepage. We've got information about trending content, things you'll want to know about, really easy to get to your market data, icons to get to the information you want to get to quickly, and then you'll be able to scroll through for different content. Now, this website is designed in 2 parts. We have a for realtors section, and we also have a for buyers and sellers section. So it kind of divides the content up based on the audience. And we'll have content interesting to that audience as well. And of course here, we want them to find you as realtors and properties. And we have a consumer blog here at the bottom, and that will be content that you'll be able to share with your clients. So lots of great information for them as well as for you. Now, my favorite part of the website so far is this legal section. We've been working really hard on this. And here will be the online legal library. You're going to type your question. Let's say you type REPSI or agency or whatever issue you want to learn more about. If you search on that, or you can search by topic as well, you're going to get blog posts, Q&As, videos, all kinds of content that you can search on your own timetable as you want to learn more about the issues important to you. I'm also super excited about our forms library. We've got all the UAR forms listed, and we've also created videos for each of the forms so that you can learn more about them and how to use them as you're downloading those forms. Now, the other piece of feedback that we got from you, we've been doing a lot of content on Facebook lately, and that content, legal Facebook Lives, you've said, well, we like your content, but is there a place that we can find it where we can find it really easily? We're going to put that on the website here. We're going to have a legal video stream, so it's easy for you to find the content. Maybe you remember something 2 months ago. Make it easy for you to find that. So now I want to go to our demo site for our statistics. I'm kind of a statistics nerd, so I am just so excited about this. You can go and search on any area, any county here. So I'll just grab a county, and you can pull up the county report for that area, the current county report. You can also go search here by county, and then you can search by time period. So we've got these loaded all the way back to 2011 that you can find old market reports. You can use them for your own interests or for sharing with clients. State summaries here. We've got our great monthly indicators report, housing supply report that breaks things down by prices and single family versus townhomes. And of course, everyone likes the quarterly indicators report. So again, you're going to be able to easily find this information and get the historic information as well. And what's great about this is it's going to be updated automatically on the 25th of every month. So you can just go in on the 25th and find the data that you need. And just one more little preview for you is our sort statistics. Sometimes it's fun to see how's my county doing compared to other counties. And you can just go in, see here on median prices, percentage change, and you can just sort these out by the which percentage is the highest or greatest, and see how your county's doing compared to others. So we're really excited about this new UAR website and what we have to offer you. Now, this is all about you and what's important to you. So I want you to email me, Deanna@utahrealtors.com. That's DEANNA@utahrealtors.com. Email me and let me know if you have any other things that you'd like to see on the website. It's all about you, and we want to make it a great tool that you can use. So with that, President Dave, I'm going to turn the time back over to you for our next speaker.
Thanks, Deanna. So our next speaker is Brad Belke, who will talk to us about current MLS issues. Brad Belke is the CEO of UtahRealEstate.com, the largest multiple listing service in Utah, serving over 94% of the state's realtors. UtahRealEstate.com is one of the 20 largest MLSs in the United States. Brad currently serves as the 2020 chair of the Council of Multiple Listing Services, and he's a member of NAR's MLS Technology and Emerging Issues Advisory Board, the NAR MLS Issues and Policies Committee, and NAR's MLS Executive Advisory Board. Brad is alumni of Boston College Law School. Welcome, Brad.
Thanks, Dave, and thanks, Vince, for joining us today. It's great to see you. I wish we were all in person and could listen and ask questions, but times have changed for sure, and I'm very honored to give you an MLS update today. I'm going to quickly try to share my screen here so that you can see a few slides that I think would be helpful for everyone. What I'm going to do today is just kind of give an update on what happened in the MLS world in the past few months and what is going to happen most likely in the coming 6 months, and happy to take questions later and answer questions that you have. Let's see if I can get you here. So the biggest thing that happened in the MLS world in the past six months has been the clear cooperation policy, and it has really been the talk of the country. I put on this slide, hopefully you can see it, just really what the NAR model rule is for clear cooperation. But what we all know is that clear cooperation is really about protecting the consumer and also helping our agents when they're dealing with their buyer clients. With the crazy market that we have and the frenzy that we see with so many multiple offers on properties, having listings not appear on the MLS and not be available to our membership it would be one of the biggest problems that we have. And that was really occurring in heavy form around the country. It was not so bad in Utah, but it was a big deal throughout the United States. And so Clear Cooperation came in and said, look, if you're going to publicly market a property, it needs to be on the multiple listing service within 1 business day of that marketing. I'm proud to say that, you know, we put this policy in place almost a year ago now, and it has been very, very effective for us. We've had very few violations, surprisingly. Our members have taken to it, and I think done an amazing job of I don't want to say towing the line, but doing what's best for the whole industry. I think people know that at any point in time, you're going to be on one side of a transaction. And when you're on the listing side, it's great right now. And when you're on the buy side, it's rough. And so having the inventory available and visible to you is one of the most important things you can have. The second thing that has come about and will go into effect at the end of this year is the participant data access policy. This was passed at the May NAR meetings, and is really a standard that has been put in place because of some what I would call poor MLSs around the country not helping their brokers out. And so some MLSs have said to brokers, we won't give you your data back. They said, we won't give you your sold data, we won't give you your active data, we won't provide you with a data feed of your own information. And most MLSs, most good MLSs have been providing this data back to brokers for years. And this policy codifies that. It's basically saying that if you are an MLS and your broker wants to come to you to get historical listings, you have to provide it back to them. And the caveat on this is you have to provide it to whoever they want. So if it's one of their vendors or another MLS or whatever it is, you have to provide that data back to the broker. And so this is a great policy. I think it allows brokers more flexibility, gives them better choice, and allows them to move their listings around as they need to. So we're looking forward to that going into place the end of this year. Coming in 2021, the Council of Multiple Listing Services and NAR are going to be putting together a joint data policy that is going to address broker back office feeds. Sometimes those are called different things around the country. They could be a business feed, they could be a broker back office feed, but what it essentially is the data that brokers need to run CMAs, to run recruiting products, the types of things that brokers need to do their business. Again, across the country, there are a number of MLSs that will not provide this type of feed back to their brokers, which really limits creativity. It hampers especially the big franchises who utilize that data in a very sophisticated way. And so this will hopefully solve that problem. Currently, we have a focus group, number of focus groups around the country at CMLS, talking to brokers and MLS leadership on putting together the most effective policy that we can. And we intend to have that introduced to NAR in early 2021. So that'll definitely be the talk of the mid-year meetings if we're able to meet in person in May of next year. Also going on right now is the MLS Standards Content Group. And that was a group that was formed by NAR to try to bring up the sophistication of MLSs around the country. The group had probably met 20 times in 2020 by virtually to come up with some recommendations to the MLS Issues and Policy Committee. Some of those things that have been recommended and have been approved by the Technology and Emerging Issues Advisory Board, I'll just give you the highlights. One of them is all fields available in the current RETS distribution platform have to also be available in an API distribution. And that's a big deal because that's a modern way of distributing data to brokers and vendors. And what's happening now is some fields are going and other fields are not, which hurts brokers who have websites and want to show different types of information. So the new policy will require all the fields to be available in every type of distribution feed that's out there on the market. And so that I'm excited for that on the technology side. On the rules enforcement side, the Content and Standards Group is putting forward much more stringent recommendations for how penalties should be enforced by MLSs. Some MLSs around the country do not require their data to be accurate. They do not fine or provide penalties against their agents. And these new standards are going to require MLSs to abide by their own rules, enforce those rules, and have monetary penalties associated with those rules. So the whole point of this Content Standards Group, and I am one of the, I think 10 people that were on it, is to really up the sophistication level of MLSs around the country, get people to bring their MLS systems into modern times, and to really put the broker first. So that's what's coming. The other thing that came out just recently is that NAR is offering a consolidation grant program to MLSs around the country that would like to merge their data, work together, and try to overcome some of the hurdles that have been in place politically over the years. The consolidation grant program will actually provide up to $30,000 to MLSs that are looking to facilitate a merger or a consolidation and bring their systems up to modern times. So very exciting. NAR has taken a lead. They recognize that even though we have gone from about 900 MLSs in the country down to about 520, that there's still a lot of work to do. And NAR is very serious about incentivizing this and making it happen. Finally, I just want to brag a little about UtahRealEstate.com since most of you are members on the phone. We now currently have almost 17,300 subscribers, and we make up about 94% of the state of Utah now, realtors belonging to us. Our website visitors hit an all-time high in July of 2020. We hit almost 1 million unique users visited our website. And so I think this is just good for the whole state. When you look at these stats, you have California, New York, Virginia, which includes the DC area, and Florida, people visiting our website constantly, which shows you, and I know most of you who are practicing real estate and selling real estate know that you're getting a lot of out-of-state cash buyers, and these stats reflect that. People are visiting our website. They want to move here. COVID has allowed them a lot more flexibility to leave their urban areas, and Utah is a major destination for our out-of-state people. So very exciting times, I think, in the state of Utah for real estate. Also very scary times as we watch the prices of homes go up dramatically. Finally, MLS aligned, UtahRealEstate.com is a founding member of this organization, which by the end of the year will probably have 225,000 realtor members represented in this organization. And it's really just a partnership among MLSs to bring data distribution accurately, efficiently to vendors and brokers around the country. We are one of the primary developers of the system, and it's also a huge partnership amongst these MLSs that you see here, and we're about to add 2 more huge MLSs across the country to this group. And our goal is really to cover the map and really bring the most modern MLS tools that we can to the United States. So we are very lucky as Utah to be part of this and found this. And I'm very excited about the year ahead. As crazy as things are, the market has been hotter than ever. We had more sold properties in the month of August than we've had historically in the history of Utah. We have more listings under contract in 1 month than we've had historically in the state of Utah. And our inventory, while it continues to look like it decreases, it's really because it's just one point in time. There are more listings, more solds, more under contracts than there's ever been. So as you all know, if you're representing a buyer, it's a rough time, but if you can grab one of those listings, it's a pretty awesome time to sell real estate. So with that, I will wrap up my presentation. Thank you, President Robison, and for having me today, and I really appreciate it. And if there's any questions about MLS policy, procedures, UtahRealEstate.com, you feel free to direct them my way at Brad@UtahRealEstate.com.
Thank you, Brad. I was really lucky to be there when we signed Brad's contract to come work here in Utah, and he's done great things over at UtahRealEstate.com for us. So thank you very much, Brad, and thanks for sharing that excellent information. Our next speaker is Utah State Senator Kirk Cullimore, who will talk to us about how COVID-19 is affecting rentals and evictions. Kirk Cullimore Jr. is an attorney in the law office of Kirk A. Cullimore, as well as being the Utah State Senator from District 9 in Salt Lake. His practice focuses on collections, landlord law, fair housing, and property management. He currently serves as the Government Affairs Chair for the Utah Apartment Association and on the Executive Board of the National Association of Real Property Managers, Utah. He is a graduate of Brigham Young University and the University of Oklahoma School of Law. Please join me in welcoming Senator Cullimore.
All right, thank you, Dave. Happy to be here. So I've been asked to present today just on the state of affairs with property management this crazy year of 2020. And let me just go back and kind of discuss how we got to where we are. It's been a little bit of a crazy year. This started back when the Utah state government issued a declaration of emergency because of the pandemic. The courts readjusted what they were doing and issued their own protocol, and evictions and other proceedings started to slow down. And so that was back in March. And then I think it was late March that the governor actually issued a moratorium on evictions related to non-payment of rent if the tenant had been affected by COVID-19. And that lasted through into April. And then, of course, we had the CARES Act from Congress. The CARES Act provided a 120-day moratorium on all evictions for CARES-covered properties. This was really quite unprecedented, where we had congressional action that affected private contracts in all the 50 states where there was not interstate commerce, and many landlords and many properties were not even intentionally entangled with the federal government. CARES covered properties included, of course, Section 8 properties and HUD properties and tenants that received Section 8 vouchers. And then, of course, low-income tax credit properties and stuff like that. But it also included all properties that were either had loans through Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac, or even if the loan was purchased on the secondary market by Fannie or Freddie, which was really quite extraordinary because there was a lot of landlords that never intended to even entangle themselves with the federal government. But because their mortgage was bought on the secondary market, they were now subject to this CARES Act moratorium and could not proceed with evictions for non-payment of rent or even end of terms for 120 days. So that expired in about July 24th. And then we started proceeding again with evictions for non-payment of rent until just recently, as many of you are aware, the CDC came out with an order which temporarily halted evictions, and this was applicable to everybody. So as unprecedented as the CARES Act was, this seems to be even more unprecedented and more extraordinary in that we now have a federal agency that is basically putting a moratorium on evictions for all landlords. The requirements to have an eviction halted as a tenant is that they have to just provide a declaration to their landlord that says that they've used their best efforts to obtain government assistance for rent or housing, that they make no more than $99,000 per year or $198,000 if they file jointly, that they are unable to make their full rent due to a substantial loss of income, loss of hours or wages, or because of out-of-pocket medical expenses, that they are using their best efforts to make partial payments as close to the full payment as possible, and that if they were evicted, they would likely become homeless or have to move into a new residence shared by other people living in close quarters. This is really quite broad, and it doesn't really give us as property management companies or landlords any guidance on how we vet or verify these declarations or affidavits or, the truthfulness behind them. And so from my perspective, this is really pretty concerning. Set aside the fact that we are halting evictions, which, nobody likes to see evictions. It's not profitable for landlords. It's not part of a landlord's business model. Evictions are frowned upon and disfavored by everybody. But to have a federal government agency step into private contracts and dictate how those are enforced, in my view, really sets a bad precedent and is really should be concerning on a number of different fronts. So that is what we're dealing with right now, and there's not really guidance on when these declarations should be provided. I know a lot of landlords are starting to see tenants that are providing these declarations to them now in anticipation of not being able to make rent or already being delinquent. We may have to file evictions for people who have failed to pay rent, and then they present the declaration and it halts the eviction. We don't really have a ton of guidance on how much we can verify or how much we can question the tenants, the veracity of these declarations. And this is getting interpreted in a variety of different ways across the country. I've seen an opinion from one court, and I don't remember the state, but it was back east, where they suggested that this should be an affirmative defense, where if you actually file an eviction against somebody for non-payment of rent, then the burden is on the tenant to raise these issues and present the declaration, and then you can challenge it and essentially make them prove that they meet the requirements to have the eviction halted. So this CDC order goes through the end of this year. So we still have another 3.5 months before that's up and before hopefully things start looking more normal, as this year has been anything but normal. Interestingly enough, too, a person violating the order may be subject to a fine of $100,000 if the violation does not result in death, or potentially $250,000 if it does result in death. That's just the language. It's not to suggest that an eviction would result in death, but so there are potentially significant fines associated with this. And who's going to enforce that? I'm not sure where it's coming from a federal agency. Conceivably, it would be federal law enforcement that would have to enforce that type of stuff. But rest assured, the courts are not going to do anything if somebody presents this declaration and even just self-affirms that they meet the requirements. So it puts us in an interesting situation of trying to figure out how to navigate this. My concern with this order has been more about the messaging as opposed to the order itself. The order still requires that everybody pay rent, and it does not waive any rental obligations. But the messaging has been basically that, hey, if you don't pay rent, there's nothing that can be done about it. And so we have seen a little bit of failure to pay just because they don't think that there's anything that landlords can do. And so the messaging has been concerning. Despite all of these various moratoriums and stays and the procedural slowdowns at the courts, evictions in Utah have been substantially lower than they usually are on a year-to-year basis. In fact, through August, we were about 40% lower than we usually are in evictions filed per year. And so some of that has to do with the moratoriums, but some of that has to do with a lot of the benefits that have been a result of this pandemic where tenants have been able to make their rents. In surveying a lot of our clients, we found that rent collection has only been down slightly, maybe only 1% or so. And so up to this point, it's still been a pretty good year for landlords and property management companies. But this new CDC order is a little bit concerning. After the 120-day CARES moratorium, there was a big concern that there was going to be a big rush of evictions with all this pent-up demand that were not filed for the 4 months. And we did see a little bit, but nothing like some of the advocates might have anticipated. Through August, there was maybe a couple hundred, just to give you an idea, there's usually 500 evictions filed every month in the state of Utah. Like I said, we were at less than 50% of that during May, June, July, and we're about 40% down year over year. In August, I don't have the final numbers yet, but we were probably only at about 700 evictions, so only slightly above an average month anyway. So the scare about all the pent-up demand evictions just was not realized. And now with the new moratorium, we think that eviction numbers will be down even more. And so there's a question, is that going to create pent-up demand again in January? I guess that's yet to be seen. But I saw one report out of some institution in Colorado that suggested that they predicted about 50,000 evictions to be filed in the state of Utah after the CARES Act moratorium expired. Where they got that number, I have no idea. There's not 50,000 evictions filed in the state of Utah in a decade. So we just have not seen this big rush to evict a lot of people and causing a big housing crisis in the rental community. And so I don't think that's there. Is Utah an anomaly? Could be. I'm not sure. I haven't seen numbers all across the country yet, but the state of the rental industry in Utah is still pretty good despite the challenges of this year. Any questions? It looks like I'll answer the first one. If the tenant's lease has expired, can you send them a letter of non-renewal? The answer is yes, you can absolutely do that. And even under the CDC order, you can still post a 3-day pay or vacate notice. So you can, the CARES Act precluded you from posting a non-renewal notice if you were covered by the CARES Act. But if you were not covered by the CARES Act, you could always post those notices. And nothing about the CDC order precludes you from doing it now. And the CDC order is only applicable to non-payment issues. And so you can still evict for non-compliance issues, for criminal activity, and potentially for end-of-term notices as well. Ludi asked a question about, are applicants on unemployment, is that considered a protected source of income? So that's a good question. In the state of Utah, we are one of 15 states that that has source of income as a protected class. What that usually refers to is housing assistance, that a landlord not to receive housing assistance under the program. Is not necessarily stable. So unemployment does not necessarily have to be considered as a protected class or protected source of income in the state of Utah. Is the CDC order being challenged in the courts? Yes, I'm aware that the National Bar Association is working with a group of attorneys to challenge the CDC order. I'm not sure where that challenge is going to take place yet, but I am aware that the legal efforts are underway to challenge the legalities and the constitutionality of that order. Not evict somebody if they provide you declaration from the CDC, you cannot evict them, but that does not relieve them of their obligation to pay rent. They're still required to pay rent. And when the CC moratorium expires, potentially they would be subject to legal action or evictions at that time.
Okay, Kirk, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you fine.
Okay, awesome. Let's see, I think there's a couple more questions, maybe not. Did you answer, can the non-payment affect their credit?
The non-payment potentially could affect their credit. Most property management companies and landlords that I know of do not report to credit bureaus, and that's usually not done until a judgment is entered or something like that. But potentially if you do report then and you meet all those other requirements, then you could affect their credit that way. But usually it's not until a judgment's been obtained.
Okay, thank you. We had a little sound breakup for a little bit, but I can hear you crystal clear right now. Does anyone else have any other questions for Senator Colomar? I'm not seeing any here at the moment, and I'll give it a second. Really appreciate you coming in and discussing this with us. It's quite the hot topic this year, given the circumstances. And it's great to have an expert come in and be able to educate us all. Let's see. It looks like we had some static during the question of unemployment being a protected source of income.
Yeah, I can repeat that. So Utah is one of 15 states where source of income is a protected class for fair housing purposes. That usually just applies to Section 8 tenant or housing assistance from the housing authorities. It would not necessarily apply to unemployment insurance because that is not a guaranteed source of income, and it certainly is not guaranteed for potentially the term of the lease. And so we do not have to consider unemployment when considering an application for tenancy. So it would not be a protected source of income.
Then are states allowed to add any requirements to validate tenant declarations?
States can make it easier for tenants. I don't know that they could. The CDC order does not override some states that have even more protections for tenants or even more stringent moratoriums. But the state could not come in and make it harder for tenants or make more requirements on the tenants to prove the eligibility requirements under the CDC guidelines. And so unfortunately in Utah, we are going to be stuck with the CDC requirements and eligibility as they've produced.
Okay, I think that closes all of our questions. Thank you so much for being with us today and for sharing all that valuable information. We really appreciate that. So one thing that we're going to review now is someone inside the UAR office is going to speak to us. This is UAR Government Affairs Director, Kate Klunt. She will share information about UAR's legislative efforts on the Hill. Please join me in welcoming Kate.
I'm muted. Okay, sorry. Thank you. I'm really excited to be with you guys today. I had to turn off my virtual background. My green screen, my computer processor wasn't up to the task. But hopefully my politician Barbies will be a good enough background for this little report. So I just wanted to take a few minutes to let you know what's going on at a national level, because I'm sure that you have read every single word of every single NAR email, even though you have not been busy in the slightest for the last 6 months, and to let you know what the state has been up to during the pandemic and what we've been up to during the regular session as well, and how we continue to be involved during the election cycle. So first, we were able to hear a report from NAR, and I'm sure that you guys have been able to hear some of this information trickle down as well, but they've been working really, really hard to do 3 main things, and that is to protect consumers, to protect realtors, and to protect the real estate industry as a whole during this pandemic. And they've done that at a congressional level through their lobbying and advocacy efforts. And that has resulted in realtor access to the CARES Act and the Paycheck Protection Program. It's also resulted in consumers being able to continue to stay in their homes and with mortgage assistance and be able to buy homes. And it also has resulted in a lot of states being able to pass measures that make real estate services essential, so that we can continue to function during the pandemic, and so that we can aid in the economic recovery, because we all know that if the housing market isn't strong, the economy isn't strong. And so that kind of takes me into what the state has been doing. So you guys, it's no secret that the realtors have been around for a really long time, and that your advocacy and your support has been integral to our association being able to create relationships up on the Hill. And those have come so in handy. And this is kind of what we prepare for emergencies, so that when something like a pandemic happens and they're making very split-second decisions about whether or not to keep real estate services essential services, that we have access to the governor, that we are able to send him a letter detailing exactly why we should be able to operate and why it's best for the economy and for the state and for the people in their homes and looking to purchase homes. And it also helps us as we lobby while they're talking about budgets and they're talking about cutbacks and the rainy day fund and all of those really tough decisions that get made very, very quickly. And so I just want to give props to Chris Kyler, our CEO, and to Mike Ostermiller, and to Curtis Bullock and Peter Christensen and our attorneys, Craig and Lance. They worked really hard on the essential services piece, especially with the governor, to make sure that we could all keep functioning during the pandemic. And then I did want to talk a little bit about our last session, because even though the pandemic has dominated the last 6 months of our lives, before that, we were working on a whole host of bills to represent realtor issues and to make sure that private property rights are being protected. So just to give you a quick recap, even though that session feels like close to 10 years ago, we were able to make sure that there was no sales tax on services and no transfer tax, even after the tax reform bill was repealed. And it's because of your call for action efforts last year and all of the work that you guys did at the town halls that we were able to convey to them that those are no-go for us, because they're bad for the industry, they're bad for the market, and they're bad for people ultimately looking to get into affordable homes. We were also able to defeat a rent control measure that would have been really, really bad and allowed Salt Lake County and Salt Lake City to enact certain rent control stipulations. We also defeated a bill that would have allowed for what they call social impact fees. And that is an impact fee for literally anything. It was a really interesting bill, but we were able to basically stop cities from being able to assess costs to new construction, just based purely on the fact that they would like to raise taxes but don't want to raise taxes. And then we were able to secure $10 million more for the affordable housing projects that we have going on, particularly the Olin Walker Housing Fund. And we were also able to see the water banking bill passed, which I know water is everybody's favorite subject. It's very, very riveting. But we've been working on the water banking thing for a long time. It's very good conservation and water policy practice. And so it was nice to see that passed and fulfilled. And then last, we worked on this bill that was so weird. It was about illegal gambling machines and private property rights. And if you have a few minutes, email me because it's a great story and it's a very weird bill. But that's kind of what we did during the session. That doesn't include Realtor Day on the Hill, where 400 realtors came and were able to hear from all of our gubernatorial candidates and ask them questions, particularly about tax reform and affordable housing and what they see for the future of the state and realtors across the state. And then we also launched an affordable housing initiative. This is kind of my last update for this year so far. We got a $250,000 grant from NAR specifically for affordable housing this year. This is a huge issue that impacts so much of the Wasatch Front, but also rural Utah and basically all areas of our state. And this particular initiative was focused on making sure that families have access to affordable homes because of the cost that it and the toll that it takes on the children in those homes. And so we called this initiative Homework Needs a Home. It was rolled out to municipal leaders and state leaders. We also had a few videos. Hopefully you saw some of the YouTube pre-roll. If not, I'm happy to send you the link and some popcorn because it's a great ad. But it basically detailed how important it is for kids to have a stable home and for parents to be able to have affordable housing so that they don't have to spend every single dollar that they have on rent, so that they can continue to pay for after school activities and put money away for college and money away for savings and to be able to put food on the table. And so we're really proud of that campaign. I think that that message really resonated with legislators, and we're really looking forward to continuing on the affordable housing train. I'm sure you guys are tired of me talking about it at this point, but we went to an Affordable Housing Commission coalition meeting just a few months ago, and they said that at this rate, we'll close the housing gap in 30 years. So obviously we need to talk about it more and we need to do more. But I just want to say thank you, because your investment in RPAC and your investment in advocacy is what makes all of this possible. It's what helps us keep working during a time of emergency and to be able to foresee and plan for things that we would have a tough time with otherwise. It helps us to be able to communicate to our members, and it also helps us to elect members to the legislature that are realtor champions. And so thank you for your RPAC contributions. Thank you for your interest in advocacy work. We really, truly couldn't do without you. The realtors have the reputation they have because their members are engaged and they're interested. And just thank you, honestly. And I would like to encourage you to make sure that you're registered to vote this year if you're not already. Our elections program is unparalleled. We get to work with so many wonderful realtor champions and make sure that they get their message about protecting private property rights and common sense tax reform out to the people in their district that matter. And so we just, again, want to say thank you for that. I'm going to finish up by telling you that we're very close to our RPAC goals. We're 90% of the way to our NAR goal. As you know, that money goes to our NAR advocacy efforts, to our state advocacy efforts, and to our local advocacy efforts. And to kind of kick this off, we decided to do something fun with Utah Dave. And he's made a special little video for us. So I would like to very quickly introduce the RPAC Dance Challenge. And that is a little program that will be running until, a little competition that will be running until October 1st. So if you donate $10 to RPAC, you get to nominate 10 realtors, and you need to do the Utah Dave RPAC Challenge dance. Once you've done that dance and uploaded it to Facebook or emailed it to me, and we'll have all of these rules and information in an email going out very soon. But as soon as you do that, then we'll be able to help tag those videos and to see that. Then the realtors that you've tagged should do the dance as well. If they don't want to do the dance, they need to make a $100 RPAC donation, and they can still tag 10 friends to do the dance. And we're just kind of hoping that this will give you a little bit of fun on the internet, a little bit of fun within your offices. We've got some great prizes, and we'll be doing a whole host of rewards for small groups, large groups, small brokerages, mega brokerages, anybody that wants to participate. And so just every $10 counts. And why not spend $10, do a dance, and be able to nominate 10 of your friends to do the same silly dance. So without further ado, Deanna, do I have screen sharing capabilities?
You do.
Okay, awesome. Then I am going to show you a very special dance from our UAR president, Dave Robinson. And I should, sorry, make sure it doesn't autoplay. Okay, There you go. Okay, we're really excited. It's very quick. In the true TikTok challenge fashion, 15 seconds. You don't have to do it through the app. You can look for the rules in an email going out, and we really hope that you take the chance to participate with us. We've already got some great videos lined up that we're really excited to show you. And if we're lucky, maybe Chris Kyler will get in on it. Thanks, Deanna. Thanks, Dave.
Thank you, Kate. Thank you for kicking off our RPAC dance challenge. So the video, the song is Tricky by Run DMC. If you can, I don't think you could hear it on that just then, but 15 seconds, super quick, super easy to learn how to do it. And it's going to create a lot of money for RPAC. So get your dance moves ready. I'm excited for that. Thank you, Kate. Our next speaker is going to be tax expert Mark Kohler, who will speak to us about important COVID-related tax issues that affect realtors. Mark Kohler is a CPA and attorney. He is also a best-selling author, national speaker, radio show host, writer, video personality for theentrepreneur.com, real estate investor, and senior partner in the accounting firm Kohler & Air CPAs. Mark is a personal and small business tax and legal expert who helps clients build and protect wealth through wealth management strategies. He also shares business and tax remedies, often overlooked in this challenging, ever-changing economic climate. His seminars have helped tens of thousands of individuals and small business owners navigate the maze of legal, regulatory, and financial laws to achieve greater success and wealth. Please join me in giving a warm virtual welcome to Mark Kohler. Is Mark muted?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, you couldn't hear what I was just saying. All right.
Nope.
Okay, so you couldn't hear me. All right, I was just saying, I was talking to my team, making sure everything was geared up and ready to go, and now it is. So thank you for that boring introduction. That's very flattering, and I appreciate it. But I know many of you are thinking this is going to be the worst part of your virtual summit or conference, and it's not. This is going to be awesome. I want to save you guys so much money. And remember, realtors forget this. We focus on making money, but we want to save money. So I'm all about making sure that you're structured properly. Some of these tax strategies that are so powerful and so useful, we're going to take advantage of today. Now I've got 30 minutes, about 35. Deanna said she got me 5 more minutes. So I think I'm good until 12. And I'm just going to go for it. Are we good? So that's all right. I've got my rock star here. And I know this might offend some of you BYUers, but I'm out there in solidarity for this terrible football season where there's no Pac-12. And I'm so sad. So I did put up a BYU flag on my lawn this last weekend for the Navy game and said, no, BYU football is better than no football at all. So that's my stance. So I'm rooting for you BYU Coug fans out there, and I'm here for our Utah season we're in mourning. All right. Okay. I love the UAR. I love everything that's going on over there every year. Chris Kyler, Deanna, they do an awesome job. And for many years, I've been giving a little workshop here through your annual conferences. Now, if some of you have said, well, Mark, I've heard you 20 times, maybe some of you, okay, let's say 3 or 4 times. Are you going to give me anything new today? And yes, I am going to. So hang tight. The first topic we got to hit is this COVID stuff. Now, many, many brokers and realtors that I know got the PPP. And there's really 2 things that came down with the with the COVID Act, and that was the Paycheck Protection Program and the Economic Injury Disaster Loan. Some of you have already participated in my live webinars. You get my newsletter, you get my podcast, YouTube videos, and if you aren't consuming that educational material, which is free, please do so. Your accountant or lawyer should be giving you so much content, you're sick of them. And as a realtor and broker, you are a business owner, and it's so important that you at least know these things to make sure your professionals are doing this. I know many of you go, well, I have an accountant. They take care of all this. No, they may not. I give more classes to other CPAs that are in the dark. And it scares the hell out of me when I see how incompetent some of them are. So you just can't assume your accountant's going to know it all, no matter how much you're paying them. You are the captain of your ship. You need to make sure your ship's headed to the right destination. Then you can go take a nap in your cabin, but you got to be able to get up there and know what's going on. So real quickly, if you got PPP money, it's now time for forgiveness. And I've already applied for forgiveness on one of our PPP loans because I want to get rid of it as soon as possible. Now, I'll be later available in the legal panel and available for some questions there. But there's going to be 7 other lawyers there with 7 other topics. And so if you're not able to get a question in, again, here as we get closer to the end, I'm going to give you some blog articles and also my email address and my website so you can get more information on this that's easy to understand, simple, fast, and will give you the power to hold your professionals accountable as you go through this process, because you just don't want to get left hanging. All right, now just a quick review. When you applied for PPP, what you did was take your paycheck for all of you that were an S Corp, and if any of you were an LLC or a sole prop, you just got passed through. The maximum amount you could get was a maximum number was 100 grand, but whatever your paycheck was or your profit, up to 100 grand. We divided it by 12 and multiplied it by 2.5. That was your PPP. I know realtors that got 2 grand, and I know realtors that got the maximum, which was 20,833. Now that's exactly what doctors, engineers, accountants, lawyers, that was our maximum loan, because that is 100 grand divided by 12 times 2.5. Then they said, it's time for forgiveness. So we're now in the forgiveness phase. And there's 2 options. You can do the 8-week or the 24-week period. Now I've got to say this, everybody. I even got caught with this just yesterday, not realizing I wasn't up to speed on this. You have got to make sure from the day you got your money, not the day you applied, but the day you got your PPP money, that's when the clock starts ticking. Now the 8 weeks is gone. I know anybody that got money, your 8 weeks is over. Yeah. And I don't want you to do the 8 weeks anyway. So the legislation was passed that you can elect the 24-week period. That's your covered period. So from the day you got your money, you have 24 weeks to spend it on 3 or 4 things. Payroll for yourself, or rent, lease payments, which could include a car, for any of you that might be leasing a car, truck, or SUV, and interest on long-term debt, not on credit cards. I'm going to put long-term. That's it. Now, the rule was also reduced that to get your entire amount forgiven, 60% of it needed to be payroll. Now, when you go to apply, you've got to show that you paid yourself. Guys, everybody pay attention. This could be the most important news you hear today. For all of you that are an S Corp, I'm an S Corp. Every dentist, doctor, realtor, broker, we're all S Corps. I'll come back to some of our rapid fire tax strategies for the year. If you're an S Corp, you're issuing yourself quarterly payroll, right? And you've been to my class. I don't issue you a paycheck all the time. In fact, I never even give myself a paycheck. I just make sure I claim my payroll on my quarterlies, right? Well, for the PPP forgiveness, you've got to show a paycheck, a pay procedure. You've got to get your payroll company involved. You cannot wait till the end of the year or you're going to miss your 24 weeks. Because during this 24 weeks, you've got to pay yourself to get it forgiven. Now, you're allowed under this 24-week provision to write off or get forgiven up to $20,833. So as long as you cut yourself a check for payroll of $20,833 and turn that in with your application to the bank, your accountant may help you do it, your banker may help you do it. I don't know. Our law firm is swamped. We're trying to help people around the country and we're doing it. But you've got to take a paycheck during that 24-week period and show a copy of it in your PPP app. Now, the application for forgiveness, we don't even know the real deadline. It's sometime next year. That's fine. I'm trying to get my application in right now. State Bank of Southern Utah is now taking applications. I know some of the big banks are still getting their portals up. But you will go, well, Mark, I don't have to apply until January. I can wait. Yeah, you can wait to apply, but you better darn well be able to prove you took freaking payroll during that 24-week period. Now, some of you thought a minute ago that your accountant's handling all this. Are they? Because is your accountant calling you? Going, hey, your 24 weeks is almost up. Today is the biggest tax day in America for business owners. It's September 15th. I know some of you are like, oh my gosh, that's right. If I extended my S Corp or LLC, two-member LLC, it's due today. Do you think your accountant's thinking about your PPP forgiveness application and making sure you did your payroll during your 24 weeks and they know when you got your money? They don't. It's you, the captain of your ship. So you better have your crap together, because this is $20,000 you're not going to get forgiven, and you're going to have to pay it back, and you're going to be mad at someone. Can you grab my pen for me? Luis, I just dropped it. Okay. If some of you are freaking out and have questions, I do an open forum radio show every week. You can email, not every week, I'm sorry, every 3 weeks. It's tomorrow. If you email me questions, I'll give you my email in a moment. We can cover this on the open forum radio show tomorrow. We get a lot of questions, more than we can answer, but we're probably going to cover this tomorrow. You can also get a consultation with me or one of our tax lawyers. And again, if you have a professional, you want to make sure they're on this. I'm not doing this to solicit clients. We're busy. I'm doing this to make sure you get the right people. And I was so grateful to Deanna and Chris, Mr. Kyler, for having me on here today as they organize these education programs. Now, Deanna, you jump on here if you need me to cover anything else different on that. That's the PPP. Now, for some of you are saying, well, Mark, I'm not an S Corp. I just make money. I just have profit. Make sure you distribute profit to yourself of up to $20,833. And if you go, well, I don't have profit of $20,833. Well, theoretically, you got $20,833 in your bank account. You paid yourself something during the last 24 weeks, add it up. It better be 60% of the amount, then you can add rent, lease, and interest. So again, I could spend 2 hours on this. So I'm just gonna forewarn you, that's what you're worried about. Okay, that's PPP. Now, some of you also got the EIDL grant, which was up to $10,000, up to 10 grand. It was $1,000 per employee. All of you should have got 1,000. It's free money, done. It actually comes off your forgiveness amount. So you're gonna have to pay that grant back. When you go to do this application to get your 20,000, if that's what it was, or whatever it is, you have to subtract, oh, did you get EIDL grant? Yeah, I got $1,000. You're gonna have to pay that $1,000 back. Bad news, sorry, it's just the way it is. Now, some of you may have gotten the EIDL loan. Now with the EIDL loan, I'm looking at text here to see if Deanna's texting me with anything I need to be doing. With the EIDL loan, this one's crazy. This is over 30 years. Now I want to make sure I've got some of my math out. Anyway, I'm going to leave that alone with the interest rate and years. I've got so much to talk about today. But anybody that got the loan, your payments are deferred until next year. And that loan was done through the SBA. All of the EIDL stuff you did through the SBA website. Your PPP was done through your bank. Now, if some of you said, well, Mark, I didn't get the PPP. All I got was the grant. You don't have to pay it back. It's free money. If some of you say, well, Mark, I got the PPP, I got the grant, and I got the loan. Okay, your grant will reduce your PPP. You're going to have to pay that back. It's 1% over, I think, a 2-year term. And then the EIDL is over a 30-year term, and that is a separate payment plan directly to the SBA. So some of you may have got all three. Some of you may have just got one of these. Whatever it is, it just wasn't COVID hit. I got money. Now it's time to freaking deal with it. So Deanna wanted me to cover that in our first 10 minutes. So I think we're good there. And Deanna, if any of your commentators want to come on and pose a question or two that they may have that everybody wants to hear, or if you've got one, you text me. All right, the other topic that Deanna wanted me to cover is kind of a rapid fire in our last 20 minutes 25 minutes here, 19 minutes, 24, sorry. Yes, I can do math. Are my top 10 or top tax strategies for this year. Now, some of you say, well, Mark, I've heard yours over and over again over the years. Okay, that's good, but it's always good to review. And there's a couple nuances since the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that Donald Trump and the GOP passed. Now, one thing before I go into that list, I'm looking for any notes here. And oh, did you put that link to that article in yet?
I
Not?
do that.
Okay,
Yeah.
so on this PPP easy application, I wrote an article for Entrepreneur Magazine. I'm their senior tax writer at Entrepreneur. On the entrepreneur.com website, please share it, it's done very well, but it's laid out very easily with some examples. Corey, you're gonna put that in the chat down below.
I cannot do that.
Oh, we can't.
I can't do chat.
You can't post chats? Okay, will you email it to Deanna and have her put it in the chat? Okay, so this is an article where all of you will want the link and then share that with your professional advisor, your business partner, your spouse, whatever. You got to make sure, but check out that article and it breaks down the easy application. And I will repeat, you don't have to turn in your application before the end of the 24 weeks. You just have to make sure you have accounting records to show you spent the money properly in order to get it forgiven during the 24 weeks once you do apply. And the application isn't even due until middle of next year. Journal of Accountancy this morning was still saying we don't know exactly when. All right, top tax strategies. And I don't see any notes for follow-up questions on that. All right, I'm gonna go through what I think the average realtor broker has got to know. And even you seasoned brokers that have had my classes before, this is always good review. And there's some new stuff, like I said, because of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Now, right here, I've got an article I've been working on that should go up tonight. And I did a our Facebook Live that's out there on Joe Biden's tax plan. You should be aware of what his tax plan is so that you can be a more informed voter. I'm not being political. You may vote for Trump, you may vote for Biden. You may have issues of either candidate that are important to you. I'm being completely politically neutral. You want to know what Trump's tax plan is, and you want to know what Biden's tax plan is. And then you might know what their immigration policy is and their environmental policy and make an informed decision. If you just Google Biden's tax plan for small business owners, I am not saying anything against him by just saying you're going to see 9 out of 10 articles point out there's problems. You will pay more taxes as a business owner. So understand, I've got 11 points that right off his website. I had a phone call with one of his campaign managers last week. Very, very nice people, very helpful. He's more worried about labor and unions and making sure employees get taken care of. When you worry about employees, you worry less about the employer, which means a business owner. And that's okay. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's his agenda. And for some of you, that's a very, very important thing. But just study that. And if you're on my newsletter, and I'm going to give that link now, get over to my website and sign up for the newsletter. It's free every week. I've been doing it over 12 years. And I've got hundreds of blog articles, podcasts, and YouTube videos. But go to markjkohler.com. And if any of you want an appointment or want have a question answered on Open Forum tomorrow, which will be available on iTunes tomorrow afternoon, and Stitcher and Spotify, you can email me, mark@markjkohler.com. Now I have little workshops throughout the fall. I've got books on Amazon, all those goodies. Yes, I'm still using the whiteboard, and is that okay? I hope we're good. They can see me and the whiteboard, right? Okay, we got split screen. That's a great point. Okay, if I'm not using the whiteboard, I won't just have it sitting there blank. Thanks, everybody. There was a request to do that. I love this, Deanna. This is good, Deanna. This is making sure everybody has a good experience. Okay, let's do our top. I'm going to do top 10. I'm going to freaking throw down here. Top 10, rapid fire. Number 1, for all of you realtors out there that are not already operating as an S corporation, that's strategy number 1. Now, don't turn off. Those that have heard me speak before, you're like, oh my gosh, Mark. Hey, I had a phone call yesterday with someone that paid over $46,000 in self-employment tax. I brought it down to 15. They were emotional on the phone, so upset that their accountant, who they thought knew everything, didn't. So here's the strategy. If you're a sole proprietor or an LLC, on all of your profit, you pay self-employment tax of 15.3%. And all of you are like, well, I set up an LLC, I'm going to save taxes. No, you're not. LLCs do not save taxes. But if you have an S Corp or an LLC taxed as an S Corp, you take a quarterly payroll report, which comes out at the end of the day as a W-2, and then you have pass-through income. You need to understand the strategy. I'm going to leave it alone because we could spend an hour just on this. But if you're going to make 100 grand, you're going to pay $15,000 over here. If you make 100 grand on this side, I'll probably do 40 in payroll, 60 in pass-through, and we just saved close to $9,000. $9,000 is not chump change. Yeah, it's going to cost you $1,000 to do a tax return and payroll. You'll be out a couple grand, but let me do the math. Spend 2, save 9. I know this is hard math. Spend 2,000, save 9 grand. I think it's in your favor. So make sure you understand that strategy, number 1. Now, strategy number 2 is for everybody that's out there that has an S Corp. You got to make sure you're nailing your payroll. Now, here's why. Because your payroll pays the F word, FICA, which is 15.3%. Whatever you get net, you get a deduction of 20%. Realtors are the only professional service in the country that get this. When you pay your fees to the National Association of Realtors and the Utah Board Realtors for lobbying, they are doing their job. I was not paid to say that. I am not kidding. The National Board of Realtors got the realtor community an exemption. Well, engineers, lawyers, accountants, doctors, chiropractors, all the other professionals don't get this write-off. Whatever you net, you multiply it by 20% and write it off. So if we go back to that 100 grand example, you would take payroll, let's say that's your net profit for all your expenses. You take payroll of 40, net of 60, and before you even pay taxes, you multiply that by 0.2, which means you'd subtract 12 grand. What? Now you're only paying income tax on 48, fed and state on your net. So here's the strategy. You got to deal with this before the end of the year. We're turning the corner into October. You want to be careful. Now, Deanna says, no, as I go on to this couple questions, someone said, can I turn an LLC into an S Corp retroactively? Yes. I just did it for a client yesterday. The one that I told you was getting screwed. I can backdate your LLC into an S Corp as of 1/1/20. We charge $150. But that means you got to start taking payroll in 3rd and 4th quarter. So don't be screwing around and wait till the end of the year and think you can do it then and hope your accountant figures it out. You got to do it now in the next 4 months to get that. So if you have an LLC for 2020, we can backdate it to 1/1/20 and do this strategy. 2019, water under the bridge. Be ready. So look into that. Number 2, one of the questions was, I thought there was a law passed that said any loan under $150,000 was automatically forgiven. That has not passed through Congress yet. Now you may say, well, I'm just going to wait for that. What happens if they don't pass it before your 24 weeks are up? Get your payroll, pull down the application, get your accountant, get whoever your professional is, and say, run a mock application. Let me know if I need to write any checks before the deadline, and then sit back. If the Congress passes and said automatic forgiveness for under 150, you're done. But if they don't, you could be totally screwed. So great question. If you create an S Corp this late in the year, can I still have benefits? Yes, it depends on how much money you're going to make before the end of the year. So if we're right here on September 15th, you can have an S Corp for the last 3.5 months. But the rest of the year, you'd be a sole proprietor. If you're an LLC, I can backdate you to the 1st. If you're not an LLC, your S Corp would start right now. Get a consultation. I'll throw it out now. Just again, you can call around the country. Be careful just knocking this out on LegalZoom, because we go back later and have to clean up people's documents. This is getting your file formed at the state and just one sheet of paper at LegalZoom is not having an S Corp or an LLC. You got to do minutes, operating agreement, complete corporate kits, all that. I've got podcasts and videos and blogs to the nth degree. If you want to get an appointment, 435-586-9366. That's with our law firm. The law firm is freaking awesome. They're not as swamped as the accounting firm, and we're not taking new accounting clients for 2019. We're done. We're up to capacity and building for next year. But this is the law firm, KKOS Lawyers, and you can get an appointment to get an S Corp or an LLC conversion going right away. Is a professional corp PC the same thing? Yes. You can have a PC or an LLC or PC taxed as an S Corp. The key is, are you an S corporation? Okay, now that's strategy number 1 and 2. Make sure that your payroll is proper. If you already have an S Corp, you want to nail that down, and you want to get what's called the 199A. That is strategy number 2. Now let me tell you strategy 3. The auto deduction is better than it's ever been in 30 years. It's insane. So for 18 and 19 and 20, it's crazy. Now, some of you have already heard it from me. That's fine. Nothing has changed in the last 18 months. But for those that have not heard this, you have 2 options. You can do mileage, which 90% of us used to do, or you can do actual. I need my calendar, guys. Can you grab me my black calendar that's the spiral bind right over there? Not the one on the bottom, but the one in the middle. The actual deduction right now, this is the Mark J. Kohler calendar we sold out last December, and it'll be printed again. And on the front, which is nice, it has all the tax dates you need to know and cool little motivational statements and videos. But anyway, I just wanted to give you standard mileage. This one's not mine. Is that one mine? I guess it is. Never mind. I was going to pull it out of there. Okay. Actual deductions are better than they've ever been. And so if you want to write off your car or your truck or your SUV, you can do what's called bonus depreciation. You don't have to buy new. You can buy used. You don't have to pay it off. You can put $1 down, $1 down. And you could even contribute a car you have now or a truck to the business and get a write-off. There's a chance that you could write off 100% of that vehicle with bonus, depending on the price. SUVs and trucks, you're now allowed to write off up to 100% of those. It used to be up to 25 grand. Freaking Trump and GOP threw gas on the fire. You can now write off 100% of that SUV right now this year if you use it 100% for business. So the auto deduction is better than it's ever been. I've got a blog article on that as well. Can you pull my blog article from January off of markjkohler.com? It's on the auto deduction. Send the link over to Deanna. Deanna will put that down in the bottom. Someone says, what is reasonable payroll for $350,000 net? Now, this is something you got to meet with your accountant about. I don't know if you're married or single, or do you have employees? Are you a broker? Are you an agent? How much money did you make last year, this year? But I'm going to tell you in general, what I've created is called the Kohler Payroll Matrix. It's a chapter in my book, Tax and Legal Playbook. You can get on Amazon. I've got videos and articles on Entrepreneur Magazine and on my own website. I stand behind this. As your income goes up, and that's your net, your payroll actual allocation actually goes down. And we flatline it at about 25%. Now, if you make, the sweet spot is right here in the middle. This is where most people are. If you're going to make 100 grand net income, then in fact, it goes like this, 100 grand net, then I'm going to do a payroll allocation. So this is the percentage that goes down. I'm going to be at about a 40% allocation. And I showed that example earlier. So you take a $40,000 payroll on $100,000 net. Now, if you're going to make 300 or 400 grand, I might do a payroll allocation of 30%, 25%, 27%. I don't know. It's going to be in this range. Now, when we decide your payroll, we stand behind it. We've never, some of you accountants or you said, well, my accountant says Kohler's too aggressive. All right. In 20 years, we have never, ever had a client audited for taking too little of payroll, period. I've had IRS agents come on my radio show. We have an ex-IRS agent as a partner in our firm. We do thousands of tax returns throughout the country every year, and we've done thousands and thousands of payroll and S-Corps for the last 20 years and never had a client audited for this strategy. Now, I can't just say what exactly it is for 350 grand, but I probably have payroll around 70, 60 to 80, somewhere in there. Make sure your accountant's on board. We've also got a lot of questions for you, so we may have them for the legal panel so you can get through your presentation. No problem. Okay, number 3 was auto, and we've got an article on that, and I go through 7 different variations that you might want to use to determine which auto deduction strategy is better. Am I leasing? Do I have a Tesla? Did I buy a truck? Did I buy a car? Do I put on little miles, lots of miles? I have 7 criteria in that article. It's down in your chat. Okay, number 4 strategy, which is very, very important right now. For any of you that are married, have adult children, or children under age 18, we have to have a family payroll strategy. This is one where so many people screw it up because they start putting their family on W-2 or their spouse on a W-2 when it could have been a 1099. Or if their kids are under age 18, they could just pay them directly without a W-2 or 1099. You need to have a strategy for this. All of you are probably taking care of someone. Even if you're single, you might be taking care of mom or dad. Even if your kids are older, they might call and say, I need $500. You go, okay, you're cool. You're getting a 1099. What? Because you're on my board of directors and I just don't give you $500. You got to pay taxes on it. I'm getting a write-off. When my kids call that are in college, and I've got a couple left, when they get money for tuition, I send it through the company. They get a 1099. They all serve on my board of directors. Now here's your trifecta. You've got your, in fact, I'm going to do a better trifecta. I'm just going to throw this out. Many of you have seen this. It's in my books, on my videos. Here's your family trust down at the bottom, married or single. We do trusts in all 50 states. We have an office in Cedar City. Oh, I don't want that. I'm going to redo that. Okay, everybody. So your revocable living trust is at the bottom. Your LLC for your rentals is over here. And all my realtors that are building wealth by rentals. Then over here is your LLC or sole prop, and you're going to graduate to the S Corp when the time is right. You're going to take a W-2 and you're going to take a K-1. You're going to save on FICA, and you're going to hire your kids under age 18 in a little family management company. It's a sole prop. It's not an LLC. It's not an S Corp. This is where we hire the kids under age 18. You're going to 1099 everybody else. This is mom, dad, children 18 and over, and nieces, nephews, etc. Now, I won't go into it now, but I have a strategy for grandkids, and there's a whole video at YouTube. Just type Kohler, should I pay my spouse? In fact, if you just go to YouTube and write, should I pay my spouse? My video's in the top 5. So get over there, watch that video on paying your spouse, which brings us to strategy number 5, which I love, and this is important before year end. That is, I want you to form a 401k that you self-direct or a Roth. And you may say, well, Mark, I'm going to buy rentals with all my money. Diversify a little. Or put money in a 401k and let it buy your next rental. In fact, I have many clients that are building up a bucket of rentals in their own name and a bucket of rentals in their Roth and 401k. It's called self-directing. We teach classes on this as well and have books on it and chapters and yada, yada. So this little LLC here actually owns rentals or does other investments owned by your family's Roth. Nowadays, I have all my clients with their spouse with a Roth, with their kids with a Roth, and your spouse doesn't have to have a paycheck to put money in a Roth. You can build a 401k for you and your spouse. The only time I typically put a spouse on payroll is to write off, to get the write-off to do the 401k. That's strategy number 5. I got 6 minutes, and I promised Deanna I'd be done at noon. Okay, keep Deanna if you want to throw out a question or two. I'm cool with it. Okay, strategy number 6. November 5 was setting up a self-directed solo 401k. We do docs only for under $500, but you got to have it done by December if you're going to put a contribution in this year. For $9.99, you get an attorney walking you through the whole thing. So you shop around the country. I just want to give you prices so you know that it's not terribly expensive, really. Number 6, I'm going to throw it out there right now, and that is rental property. My realtors that build wealth buy rentals. It's one of the best strategies to create tax-free cash flow, depreciation write-offs to offset your other income, and to build tax-free capital gain or tax-deferred capital gain and wealth. My successful realtors and brokers ultimately buy 1 rental a year as they get their game plan built for long-term wealth. So that's one of my top 10 strategies. And I'm going to tell all of you, I know it's a weird year with COVID. Some of you are like, Mark, I can't buy a rental this year. That's cool. Some of you are like, oh my gosh, there's so many deals out there. Whatever. But just put it on your radar, because whenever I give a workshop, I talk about making the goal to buy part of or one rental a year. Very, very important and wonderful strategy for building wealth. Number 7, I want to just throw this out. And this is kind of one of the fun and easy ones, but so many people miss it, is I want you writing off more of dining and travel. Make sure you're planning your holidays now with your board of directors, which might be your spouse, your kids, your mom, your dad, your best friend. Wherever you go for Christmas and Thanksgiving, I want you to hold a board meeting. I want you to get your minutes cleaned up. Any of you that have one sheet of paper with an LLC or one sheet of paper with US Corp and you haven't done minutes for years, get it done. We have an annual cleanup special that's going on this month, every year in September. Check it out on our website. This is kkOSlawyers.com. That's the law firm website. You can go through my website or that one. And we have a little cleanup special to get your books in order. Now, why I say all that is when you're having meetings with your family, who is strategy number 4, your family is now participating in your dining and travel. So many realtors and brokers don't take advantage of that strategy as they're trying to build wealth and grow and work it. All right, well, we are at 11:57. And so I'm going to just field, let me see if there's one more question I wanted to cover too. Rentals, dining, and travel, there's 7. Oh, this one, all of your cell phones should be 100% write-off. I want you to be able to show that you have a home phone line, whether it's through Google Voice or some phone line on through your DirecTV or your bundle or whatever it is at home. If you can show that you have a private phone number somewhere for personal use, then your cell phone is 100% write-off for business. This is new legislation over the years with the IRS. A lot of accountants still miss it. Cell phones for you, your spouse, your kids that are involved in the board of directors of your business. So make sure the family cell phones are all a write-off as part of the company deal too. And gosh dang it, I had a note here that I wanted to write off one other thing here and bring it up. But we've got kids, we got retirement accounts, we got our rentals, we've got our S Corp, the W-2, dining and travel, and auto. I'm going to leave it at that and finish it up. I don't have any other questions from Deanna at the moment. I know that was a large amount of info in 30 minutes. I knew I had to brain vomit to get it all out there. If you want to just chill out and learn more, our podcast is called Main Street Business. Main Street Business, and you can find that on iTunes. It's a podcast while you're commuting that you can check out. You can sign up for the newsletter. And if you get over to YouTube and on YouTube, type Kohler and any of these strategies, you're going to see videos. Get over to Amazon. I've got books and YouTube. Newsletter, books, YouTube. That's all free. Use this information to better manage your staff. Now, Deanna said that these questions that you type down below, she is going to bring up as many as she can or consolidate a few for the legal panel. And the legal panel is from 2:30 to 3. I'll be sure I'm going to let the commentator tell you exact timing, but there's a legal panel and then a Q&A portion that I'll be participating in at the end. So I'll let your commentator there, MC, tell you about that. Well, can you remove the whiteboard now? I want to tell everybody, thank you for being here. Thank you for allowing me to be a part of your lives. I love small business. I love America, small business, that American dream. I sound like a politician. I didn't mean that. And continue your education on this tax and legal stuff. It can save you thousands and thousands of dollars. You're the captain of your ship. Don't trust some professional to jack up your stuff. Boom. There we go. Pen drop.
Thank you, Mark. So isn't Mark awesome to give us insightful presentation? And he's a crack up as well. So we do have the legal panel. It will be from 1 to 3 today. And Mark will be back on the legal panel and he'll be able to answer some questions then as well. So thank you, Mark.
Thanks for having.
You bet. Our next guest is Lawrence Yoon from the National Association of Realtors, who will give us an economic update. Lawrence Yoon is Chief Economist and Senior Vice President of Research at the National Association of Realtors. He oversees and is responsible for a wide range of research activity for the association, including NAR's existing home sales statistics, affordability index, and home buyers and sellers profile report. He also regularly provides commentary on the real estate market trends for its 1.4 million realtors. Dr. Yoon received his undergraduate degree from Purdue University and earned his PhD from the University of Maryland at College Park. Please join me in welcoming Lawrence Yoon. Welcome.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for the introduction, President Dave Robeson, for inviting me as well. I always enjoy visiting Utah, but given the circumstances, I will be doing this online presentation. It is quite a unique period, as we all know, but the housing market recovery that has taken place is quite a surprise. I knew that before going into the pandemic period during the lockdown, that the housing market was on much firmer ground compared to 10 years ago. So when the reporters asked me, are we going to have another foreclosure crisis? I said no, because we have inventory shortage, and fortunately we don't have bad lending of subprime loans. But I never expected that home sales will be rolling along in the second half of the year. So let me share some of the graphs that I prepare, and bear with me as I put the PowerPoint here on the screen. So hold 1 second. All right, here we go. So without a doubt, this is a once in a lifetime event. Just think of last summer, who would have thought that a mask would be required, or certainly take a precautionary measure, pandemic, all this part. But as a business entrepreneurs, we always need to be prepared for once in a lifetime event. If we remember, we just recently memorialized the September 11th events. Certainly that was not expected, but America, came out much stronger, even with the tragic events of it. The foreclosure crisis, I don't think anyone anticipated that foreclosure crisis of 10 years ago would be that bad. Fortunately, it's a once in a lifetime, so hopefully, we don't have another encounter of such until the next century, or maybe never ever. But we go back to the 1970s high inflation period. At that time, it caught us by surprise. Or you can roll back all the way to the 1940s when a small island country from Asia bombed Pearl Harbor, completely unexpected. Fortunately, Japan and the US are good friends now. And I know that there are many Japanese businesses going to Utah, the business-friendly environment. But we always come out stronger. So hopefully from the pandemic, I know it completely disrupted our lives, and in some cases, we have lost a loved one from it. But I think America will also come out stronger from it. Let's look first at a non-economic, non-real estate data. This is a GPS cell phone mobility data. We all know we have GPS as we carry the phone. And are people staying home or moving out and about? It's 2 states, one Utah and one New York State. What this chart shows is that during the lockdown and as we're coming out, Utah reopened its economy much sooner and in much more relaxing way. I don't know all the particulars about indoor restaurant or 25% capacity, phase 2, phase 3, but New York, which is the bottom chart, Governor Cuomo said, I will kill the virus. So he had a much stricter lockdown for much longer period. So it appears that New York has contained virus relatively better at this phase in September versus many other states. But there is a trade-off, and here's the trade-off, the unemployment rate. So both states had very low unemployment rate before the pandemic. In fact, all 50 states had a very low unemployment rate before the pandemic. Then we had a lockdown, but look how fast Utah's unemployment rate is falling because of the job recovery. While in New York, many New York City restaurants are saying we may be closed down for good if they continue to deny us from reopening. So New York unemployment rate has not fallen at all, and essentially more than double the unemployment rate of Utah. So this is a tough trade-off that many governors need to face. It's not a free decision. So one can try one method versus other, but there's clearly a trade-off involved here. So at least in Utah, the economy situation is a much better situation than in Utah. And here's the variation across the country. Utah, in fact, is the lowest unemployment rate in the country, I believe. I know that Idaho was doing well, but Idaho is a little tad higher. But unemployment rate, where there was a stricter lockdown, California, very high. Pennsylvania, very high. Illinois, very high. So you see large variation. All 50 states had a very low unemployment rate. Now suddenly we see a huge variation across the country, depending on when they reopen and how restrictive they are in terms of reopening. So the job situation in the US over the past 20 years looks like the following. So from year 2000 to the middle of the graph shows the job creation from the subprime lending days. And then we know in hindsight, it was a mistake, subprime lending, people overstretched their budget. With a foreclosure crisis, we lost jobs. From the middle of the graph, 10 straight years of job creation, the longest job creation in modern US history, 10 years. And in a single month of April, we lost all that job because of the lockdown. Now we are beginning to see some job recovery, as you can see a few dotted lines at the final points. But that's only half of the job recovery compared to the job losses. So we have another half to go. So we lost 20 million jobs, created 10 million, we have another 10 million to go. So from 1 year ago, US is down 7.5%. Keep this in mind because next chart I will show the state of Utah. So in the US, the red line reference, year 2000, Great Recession, then pandemic lockdown. Here's Utah. So I put the red line as a reference, year 2000, middle of the foreclosure crisis and current. You see that it is way, way above that. Shows how fast Utah is creating jobs compared to the rest of the country. And compared to just 1 year ago, your job numbers are down only 2% rather than close to 8% for the country as a whole. So again, it's a tough trade-off the governors are deciding. New York decided on tough lockdown, while in Utah, governors are saying, well, we trust our people. I hope they do follow social distancing, but we are not going to lock it down. So, in the Utah, at least the job situation is much better. Let's look at the income situation. The income for the country looks like the following. A typical family in America would see their income situation rise 2, 3, 4% each year. Look at the period during the pandemic. People's incomes are rising 8, 9, 10%. And you have to shake your head, scratch your head and say, what the heck is going on? Don't we have a pandemic? Don't we have higher than normal unemployment rate? So why is the income rising fast? Do you remember the $1,200 stimulus check? Additional if you have children living in the family? What about small business administration loan for many brokerages, which you do not have to repay if you meet certain criteria? Also, the unemployment insurance, it was enhanced. So a person who was working at Macy's is now laid off, and they are suddenly realizing they're making more money being unemployed than working at Macy's. So it was quite a generous stimulus package. Now the generous unemployment checks are gone. It is a lower amount because President Trump and Nancy Pelosi is arguing over what the right amount is without causing a disincentive not to come back to work. But during the pandemic, the income level actually grew faster than even normal condition because of the massive stimulus. What are people doing with income? They're not spending. Well, why are they not spending? Well, if the restaurants are closed, where can they go? What about baseball season? If you cannot visit baseball games, then obviously, there's no ticket sales. So with many activities shut down, there's no place to spend money. So even though people had higher income, they contracted in spending. So if you ask Wells Fargo, many other banks, you will know that deposit levels are rising and rising. So all the banks will say, wow, we are getting flush with all this deposit money. But this also means that as the economy further opens into phase 4, phase 5, there could be unleashing of the spending power. Not only that, vaccine discovery. We know vaccine will be discovered. American companies are extremely bright. So it's just a matter of time, whether in December, January, February, vaccine will be discovered, and much of this savings will back go into the economy. So large spending power, and here's some variation as to where people are spending currently. Online shopping increase, no surprise there. Beer, wine, liquor stores spending up 21%. Maybe I should not have commented that in Utah, as I should be more culturally sensitive of it. But people spending on hobbies, it's up 18%. People are at home bored, so they're purchasing hobby materials. People are spending more time at home, so building material for remodeling and gardening. So spending at Home Depot, Lowe's, is up dramatically. People are not driving, gas station sales are down, restaurant sales are down about 20%, and clothes spending. If you have less opportunity to meet people in person, then why buy new clothes? So a little intriguing situation in the current environment. What about paying rent? So people have income, are people paying rent? In 2019, in a good economy, 90% of the people pay rent on time. Others were delayed in rents, others may have been 1 month behind. But it was about 90% paying rent. In the year 2020, during the months of a lockdown, the rent payment were 88%. I know there were some social activists who were shouting to say, cancel rent, don't pay rent. But Americans are fulfilling their financial obligation to say, if I have the money, I am going to pay the rent. So the enhanced unemployment insurance provided the money, and they have used the money to pay rent pretty much on time. Very little difference now versus 1 year ago. But I will be monitoring very carefully what happens in October and November as the unemployment check amount is a little lesser amount. Maybe people are finding jobs. We know that with each passing month, there's more job creation. So maybe the rents will hold up, or maybe we will see some measurable decline. It remains to be seen. Now let's turn towards the great news of the housing market. This is quite a remarkable, let's go to the statistics. Existing home sales, which make up about 90% of the home sales market. In July, it was higher compared to 1 year ago. You would have said July of 2019. Last summer, you had a good housing market condition. This year, it is even better. So quite remarkable that housing market is making this a huge upswing. Newly constructed home sales, far, far higher compared to 1 year ago. Whatever home builders build, they will have clients. So we need to build more homes because new home sales are just flying off. Whatever you build, they are able to sell it. Pending contracts. We know the contract happens before the closings. So July is up better than 10%, which means that closing activity in September and October will be much higher compared to 1 year ago. We know there's normal seasonal decline in September, October compared to summer months. But it looks like this autumn is going to hold on very, very well based on pending contracts. Even better news. What do realtors say to their clients? Demonstrate seriousness. How do you demonstrate seriousness? Get a mortgage approval. So what are consumers doing in regards to mortgages? This data is for mortgages for buying a home, not refinances. First of all, I hope many of you did refinance and in a better position. but we excluded refinance, looking only the mortgages to buy a home. And it is running 30% higher compared to 1 year ago. There are plentiful people in the pipeline wanting to hit the marketplace. So this is going to be one of the best winter activity for home sales based on the trend of the mortgage data. Why are the buyers coming in? Record low mortgage rates, mortgage rate at 2.8%. Who would have thought? The orange line is the adjustable rate mortgage. Generally, adjustable rate mortgage is a little lower than the 30-year fix. So what this is saying is if you need to talk to your clients, discourage adjustable rate mortgage. Just lock in at those 30-year fixed rate mortgage because there is really no benefit in getting the adjustable. So record low mortgage rate has induced people to come into the market. And home ownership rate consequently is rising. Very good news. We always say that home ownership increase is an opportunity to build wealth, whether for investment property, but principally for owner occupancy. You buy a home and you build wealth. Incredibly, Utah has one of the most equal wealth state among the 50 states. I mean, California is completely unequal. People who own homes, they own $1 million, but there are many renters who own nothing. New York is unequal, but in Utah, it is much less inequality because you have a broad home ownership rate. So people own a home, they can participate in the wealth gain. So home ownership rate is turning higher. Only caution is the latest data point. I would take it with slight grain of salt. Census changed their methodology in computing the home ownership rate. Normally, what the census would do is they would randomly select a neighborhood. They would walk the street and say, okay, there's an apartment complex. We know that there are renters. And then for single family home or condominium, they would knock on the door and say, are you an owner or renter? And that's how they compute home ownership rate. But in the latest data, they did not walk the street. They made a phone call because of COVID. And somehow, I think the homeowners had a higher response rate than renters, and hence the data shows this surge. So I know that home ownership rate is increasing, but not the spike that you see on the graph. So I think the upcoming months data, as they go back to the normal methodology, will give us a clearer picture about the home ownership. Realtors have said, last year, they were hindered by the lack of inventory. If they had 20% more inventory, they would do 20% more sales. So what's happening this year? Even fewer inventory. Even you see the little seasonal patterns with more inventory in the spring, compared to the winter months, but we are just lacking in inventory. So we need to have more inventory. So will the autumn and winter months provide some relief to the consumers, more choices for consumers? And answer is definitively no. So unfortunately, we will not have any good inventory in the autumn months or in the winter months because builders are not building as they need to. This is a 20-year chart of home building. Back in 2005, builders went wild, exuberant, built too much homes. We had an oversupply. Then we had a crash, and the builders needed to come back to the normal orange line, but it took them 10 years barely coming around, which means that cumulative effect of 10 years of underproduction is why we don't have homes for sale. And finally, right before the pandemic, builders were crossing over to the orange line, and then they failed again because of the lockdown. So now the builders are finally trying to get back, but it takes time, 3 months, 5 months to build a home. So don't expect any inventory help for the remainder of the year. Only in 2021, next year, there could be some semblance of a balanced market. Right now, the sellers have advantage over the buyers. One thing that I try to illustrate to all the governors, mayors, and other policymakers is the following chart. The job losses have occurred principally in the leisure and hospitality sector. People working at the hotel, people working at Disney, amusement parks, and also the retail sector have lost a lot of jobs. Construction industry did lose jobs during the lockdown, but now it's going to soon turn positive. But look towards the green chart. Those are weekly wages. People working at a hotel, they're making about $400 per week. Retail, they were making about $600 per week. But in construction, people are making over $1,000 a week. So which means, why don't we get these people who have lost their job, train them for construction, and they can earn higher pay. So this will be a good, high-paying job creating environment if we can move some of the people who lost job in the, say, hotel and the retail sectors to go into the construction. So because we clearly need more construction to get us the inventory help. We recently took survey about where the consumers buying home, and clearly they are saying suburbs, rural areas, or smaller towns, and away from city centers. And when I say city centers, I'm not necessarily talking about Salt Lake City per se, but more of San Francisco, New York, Chicago, major cities that are expensive, Washington, D.C., where I am nearby. So, and this is because when we ask realtors, why did your clients decide to go to the suburbs? And some say they are uncomfortable with some of the social unrest that has turned violent. We know that over 90% of the cases is a peaceful protest trying to raise an important issue, but in some cases it has turned violent or rioting, and people don't like that, especially with families with children, and they're saying, no, I'm gonna go out to the suburbs. So unless people get the crime under control, we may begin to see this suburb migration continue. The bigger reason as to why people are going to the suburbs, in my opinion, is the following: work from home phenomenon. This pandemic, if there is a silver lining, is that it accelerated a trend that was going to happen over the next 10 years. They pushed all that into a single year, which is work from home. So I'm currently working from home. Office is in DC. The DC mayor is not allowing people to get back to work. So, we are still working from home. But many companies are realizing that workers can be just as productive working from home compared to coming to office. So we will see more companies provide flexibility. Facebook has announced to their employees, you can work from home forever for about half of their employees. So if that's the case, why live in San Jose when people can live in Denver, Salt Lake City, or Boise, Idaho? Twitter has announced to their employees, you can work from home forever. But now for many office employment, I would say it's not going to be that drastic, but I think it's going to be something like come to office 2 days a week, while other 3 days work from home. Those 2 days, they will have a lot of in-office meeting and things of that nature. But if the commuting is less important, people will say, I want to buy a home, larger size home out in the deep suburbs. And hence, the suburbs, I think, will be key beneficiary of this trend that was happening slowly, but it suddenly accelerated. And especially the high cost market. Now, if you don't have to work in New York City, why pay those high rent when one can live in Cincinnati and have a very large house? So you will begin to see the trend away from very expensive market into the suburbs and larger houses. Consequently, my forecast this year is first, home prices rising because of a housing shortage. Home sales, which I thought that we would decline by 15% because of the pandemic. But with each passing month, I've been upgrading my forecast. I think in 2020, even as we miss the critical spring buying season, the second half will be so strong, we're gonna make up for that. So no decline in home sales in 2020. 2021, positive, 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 especially as more people begin to recognize I can work from home, my company is allowing me to work from home, therefore they're gonna move to the suburbs. People who were very happy with their home before the pandemic suddenly say, 3-bedroom home is insufficient. I need that 4th bedroom to make it into a dedicated office space. So you will see that this additional secondary housing demand arising. Another part is working from home can also mean working from vacation home. There could be a sizable demand increases in places like Park City and other resort destinations to say, well, if I can work from vacation home, why not? So you may begin to see also a lift in the many resort areas. One final slide is the following. Going to the suburbs, the first wave occurred in the 1950s. This is when many families obtained automobile for the very first time. They got a car and they said, Yahoo, I can drive. So they were very excited about that. They went to the suburbs. But please keep in mind in the 1950s, the opportunities were not available for all Americans. Many subdivisions had an explicit covenant to say Black Americans cannot live in this neighborhood. So you deny some opportunity for some people. The second wave occurred during the crime wave. So when there was a crime was heavy, many people wanted to go out into safer suburb location. This third wave, which is more of my speculation, my opinion, is work from home. We currently have more minorities, Asian Americans, Hispanic, African Americans living in suburbs versus city centers. So we have more people living in the suburbs. And given that is the case and more likely to live in the suburbs, let's keep in mind that realtors' ethics, along with the actual law, the fair housing law, that we cannot deny opportunity for people who have the finances to buy the purchase. We need to open that opportunity for everyone. So thank you for the time. Thank you for inviting. And now I'm going to turn it back to President Dave Brovison.
Hey, thank you, Dr. Yoon. Hey, we do have a question for you that came up. I know that here locally, we're seeing a lot of the builders have lumber price increases and a talk about a real lumber shortage. So one of the questions that just popped up is, do you expect housing starts to be reduced because of difficulties getting construction material, such as lumber, because of the fires in the West?
I hope it's only a short-term hiccup, but the lumber prices soaring essentially has doubled in the past few months. And this is before the wildfires. So it's not only because of the fires occurring in the West, but it was occurring just a testament of how strong the builders were trying to order those lumbers. But we have to also look at, some of the Canadian lumber, which could provide some relief. There's some tariffs on it. I know President Trump is very interested in building more homes. So, he invited NAR rep to come to the White House for the signing of some of the less regulatory so that builders can more actively build homes. But at the same time, he placed tariffs on the Canadian lumbers. So there's many aspects to it. So we need to assure that, builders, material costs, construction workers availability, but lumber, I hope is only a short-term issue and that can be resolved. But right now, yeah, lumber is a big hindrance to building.
Okay, well, hey, we really appreciate you jumping in with your busy schedule to visit all our Utah realtors on this convention webinar. So thank you for joining us.
Great, thank you for having me and have a wonderful day, everyone.
Hey, you too. Well, we're now going to take a 30-minute break, and you're welcome to stay logged on during the transmission, or you may log off. But rejoin us at 1 p.m. And if you're going to be getting CE from the 1 to 3 o'clock block, then be sure to rejoin promptly. We will see you all in a half an hour. Hey, welcome back, everybody. Hope you had some fun during the break learning about real estate in Utah during the 1920s. As a reminder today, you are required to attend the entire legal panel session to receive CE credit. So if you are watching from a colleague's computer, please make sure to log on with your own account so you will also receive the credit. And please make sure to also submit the Google form that Zoom emailed you this morning, and the UAR will again send out at the conclusion of the presentation as well. Pay attention, because you are going to need to answer 6 questions that will be asked in order to submit that form. You also need to submit your license number. Now, I have an incentive for you today to fill out your form quickly after you get the 6 questions and after you watch the entire 2-hour panel. And here's the incentive. Let's see if I can show you this. Oh, does it get closer to my face maybe? There we go. See this nice mug here? Drinking this Yeti, courtesy of UtahRealEstate.com. Anyway, so here's the incentive. The first 5 people who submit their CE form UAR will reach out to the winners and they will get one of these cool Yeti mugs. So there's your incentive to fill it out quickly at the end and then submit it. Thanks again to utahrealestate.com for sponsoring this event and for providing these prizes. Now, you know, every year at convention is awesome because we always learn things that help us be more professional and help us be more knowledgeable and just help us to be the best realtors there are. We're missing each of you in person this year. Next year, you'll be able to go to Hawaii and then we can all see each other there. But for this year, I have something special for you. It is the treat of every single convention. And this year, it is our dapper. You guys are going to get a load of what these guys look like today. These guys are our dapper legal panel today. So it's now time to turn the time over to UAR legal counsel, Craig Wagner, who will introduce this year's legal panel. Take it away, Craig.
Thanks, Dave. Appreciate it. We do wish we could be with everyone. It's amazing, 100 years that the UAR has been in existence, and can you imagine what those back in 1920 would have thought, seeing something like this, being able to have a convention remotely and virtually, and being able to connect with so many of our members. I mean, we certainly are excited to be here. I do have the pleasure of introducing our panel, and we have a great panel today. We have industry professionals, and we have a CEO, and so really a wealth of knowledge. The format, what we're going to do, certainly any questions that you have over the presentations, feel free to chat in. We do want to cover the material. We do want to cover what the presenters have prepared. So we plan on having a Q&A session the last 30 minutes or so of our presentation. So if we don't get to your question during the panelists' presentation, just be patient because we do hope to address those on the back end. And I am going to be giving some keywords. I'm going to hold off maybe for a couple of minutes to give the first keyword. And that's all they're going to be. They're just going to be keywords that you'll write in. Nothing too crazy, and then make sure you have all 6 keywords to get CE for this. Our first panelist is Shane Norris, and Shane's a good friend of mine. When I started at the UAR, I was introduced to Shane about 8.5 years ago, and he's been incredible to work with to kind of keep with this 20s themes, and we have a very intimidating panel. Just look at us. Peter Christensen came up with some wanted posters that probably what we would have if there was such a thing. So we have Shane, aka Sean Norris. That's one of his aliases, also Royal Flush. Shane is currently general counsel for Summit Sotheby's, and he assists agents and brokers. He is a certified education instructor with the Division of Real Estate. He also is our UAR Forums chair. And he served on the UAR Forums committee for, I want to say, over 7 years now. Just a wealth of knowledge. So I do want to introduce Shane. And then after Shane's presentation, I will give the first key word. Shane?
Thanks, Craig. Appreciate the invite. Hopefully I'll be able to share screens and materials and things like that. I actually was going to do my own quiz after this that everyone would have to answer, but I probably shouldn't spring that on you right now. So Craig asked me to talk about new construction, and specifically questions that he's been receiving as part of the legal hotline, just on different things that people have run into. And new construction has become a huge part of what real estate agents have to deal with on a daily basis. Whether or not you even knew that your clients were interested in new construction, that's often popping up in a real estate agent's life, in a realtor's life. And so I wanted to talk a little bit about the UAR, new construction real estate purchase contract, and also what the differences are between that and your developer real estate purchase contracts and the things that your clients will run into there. So I'm going to try and share my screen and see if I can pull up a new construction REPC. Although does not appear to be showing up on my there. So I may not be able to pull this off. Let's see. I'm not seeing this. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the new construction REPC without sharing it with you, unless Craig has an idea on how I can pull this off.
Well, is it the UAR one? Do you want me to pull that up for you?
Yeah, that'd be great. Pull it up. So the first section I'm going to talk about with the new construction REPC, and I'm going to talk about basically three things. And it's three things that real estate agents should sort of be talking to their clients about. Number one, what is it that's being built? What does your client want to actually have built for them by the developer, the builder? And that's contained in section 9. So that's going to be the first section I'm going to be talking about. And then when is it going to be done? A lot of times the clients actually want to know, hey, when am I actually going to be able to move into my house? And so when is the house going to be completed is question number 2 that most clients are going to have. And then question number 3 is your sort of one that not everybody thinks about. How much is this actually going to cost me to purchase this house? And it turns out in new construction, those 3 questions are a little bit tougher to answer than they are in just selling a residential home that's already been built. And so let's talk about section 9.1 first. And this is plans and specifications. And so when you have the new construction REPC and you deal with plans and specifications, number one, they're supposed to be provided. Sometimes they are, sometimes they aren't. It's built into our real estate purchase contract that the plans and specifications will be provided. And so you think, well, I have the plans and specifications, I have the contract, I can sit down with my client, I can go over exactly what it is that's going to be built, and then magically in 6 to 9 months, this house will look exactly like the plans and specifications that were given to me. And oftentimes it turns out, shockingly, that's not the case. And so your clients have questions about, well, wait a minute, they said they were going to build a house this way. Why isn't it built this way? And what can I do now is usually the question that they're going to ask you. And so let's look at section 9.1. And if you look at the last part of section 9.1, it says the seller agrees to construct the residence in substantial compliance with the plans and specifications and to place a residence within the approved building area on the lot as permitted by the local municipal authority. Buyer acknowledges that the residence upon substantial completion may vary from the exact dimensions shown on the plans and specifications. And so that's sort of your key language right here, is that this real estate purchase contract has an out built into it. And that out is, it may vary from what they've given you. So how far may it vary? In what ways may it vary? That's often the questions that are asked by attorneys once the building begins on that. But there is an allowance for the builder to vary off of plans and specifications depending on what occurs during the construction process. And so you look at this and think, well, wait a minute, why is this built into the UAR form? And the reality is this form was built in a way that that builders would use it, that developers would use it, and also that the buyers would have the ability to use it in a way that they would sort of know what they were getting into there. When you look at other contracts that builders have created by their own attorneys, the plans and specifications language goes a little bit even beyond what we have in the UAR residential purchase contract. And it basically allows for significant changes to the actual construction of the home and has waivers built into it. And so those waivers will have things like if the plans and specifications vary, they can vary for electrical, they can vary for where your outlets are, they can vary on where the actual home will be located on the lot. It can vary as to finishes, things like that. Most of the time it has language that states that the changes that occur will not affect the value of the residence or of the home, but they can make significant changes, and there really isn't a lot that the buyer can do other than know going into it that this isn't going to look exactly like the model home that's being built. It may look somewhat like it, but the colors can change, the finishes can change, the direction it points can change. These things can change as the process goes along, and that's sort of just built into the contract right there. So that's the first thing. What are we going to be getting? Well, that's a question that's going to be up in the air. And so you're going to have a general idea, but you need to make sure that your client knows you're not going to be getting this exact house that we've gone and we've looked through on a model home. That's not what's going to be built for you on this, because there can be variations based upon that. So when your client calls you and says, this looks different, the color scheme's different, the tile looks different, it's a little bit of a different color, all the builder really has to show is that we ordered what you were supposed to order, the color could change, or we had to make a modification because this was no longer available, or these appliances weren't available, that kind of thing. So that's the number one thing. What you're going to receive is different than what you may have been told at the beginning of this process. And the plans and specifications are coming at the beginning before construction even begins. So that's question number one. What are we going to be getting on here? And 9.1 deals with that. So always keep that in mind. The second question is, when will it be done? And this becomes more of an issue during the process, because it turns out that the deadlines that are in our construction contracts are often viewed as more of target dates than hard and fast deadlines. And so, Craig, if you could scroll down to section 13 for me. Okay, so this section 13 became a really interesting section during the COVID outbreak, because this is what we refer to as a force majeure section. And that is unavoidable delays or acts of God can take place. And the contract has built into it that there may be unavoidable delays as a result of that. That's not contained in a residential REPC, so it wasn't something that could occur in most of the transactions that we dealt with. But in construction REPCs, these types of provisions are always built in. So let's look at the provision that we have built into the construction REPC. And the unavoidable delay states that in the event the residence is not substantially complete by the substantial completion deadline, and so we have a deadline built in that I'll have my home completed by, let's say, October 31st. This says if it's not completed by the substantial completion deadline as referenced herein, due to interruption of transport, availability of materials, strikes, fire, flood, weather, governmental regulations, acts of God, or similar occurrences beyond the control of the seller, the substantial completion deadline shall be extended for a reasonable period based upon the nature. So when you look at that section, normally we would look at that and say, okay, if there's an earthquake, if there's a fire, if there's gale force winds that are tearing things off, if there's a pandemic, we wouldn't assume that any of these things that would occur, but if they do, then a delay can occur. Now, I know there's over 600 people that couldn't laugh at my joke, but literally all of those things have occurred within the last 6 months. So I'm sure you're all laughing hysterically at all of this. So your unavoidable delay section kicks in. The key to this, though, is it doesn't necessarily have to be just things that you would think of like an earthquake, like a fire, like a flood. There are things just such as weather conditions can cause delays to construction. And if those weather conditions cause a delay, this section allows for the delay to occur. Interruptions in transport. It took me longer to get the materials than I thought it was going to. Governmental regulations. Industries were told they had to stop working, and so I wasn't able to receive the materials in the timely fashion that I was supposed to. Or my workforce couldn't work because they were quarantined. Things like that can easily occur, and so delays are built into this that allow for the builder to have more time than they had built into the contract. And your buyer is just sort of sitting there thinking, well, I hope that it's going to be built by this date, but they can't necessarily make plans for it to be built by that date because any of these unavoidable delays allow for the builder to have more time. The biggest issue that occurs with this, though, is that builders know that they have this section built into their contracts, and so they don't even really view the substantial completion deadline as a hard deadline that they need to hit. And if you look at builder contracts that have been built by the developers themselves, those unavoidable delay sections are even more robust. And they've built in 5, 6, 7 other conditions that can be just things like the prices have increased, or their labor force is unavailable, or there's just simply they couldn't get it done on time. There are these contracts built in that basically says if they have any delays at all, whether or not it's their fault or not, they can extend the substantial completion deadline, and the buyer can't claim a default under that. So that's the second thing that you need to be aware of when you're reviewing these contracts. The UAR one is pretty simple. It's tight. It doesn't allow for just any extension of time, but when you're dealing with a developer contract, They have a much more broad section in almost all developer contracts that allow for an extended period of time that can take place. Now, some of them have hard deadlines, so the delay can only occur for a year, and then the buyer may be able to get out. But not all of them do, and so this could go on significantly longer than you would think it would. All right, so that's number 2. Number 3 is, how much will it cost? So if you could scroll up just a little bit, actually we can see it right here. Let's take a look at section 12.5. So when we talk about how much the construction of the home is going to cost, it seems pretty simple, right? I have my purchase price built in, and that's how much it's going to cost me to build this house. Well, hold on. Okay, I know that that may not be the price because change orders. My client may want different finishes. My client may want to have upgrades in the appliances, to have upgrades in the countertops, to have upgrades in the flooring. And so this may cost more money. And so we'll build that in. And there's another section dealing with your upgrades and things like that and change orders. But we have another section here that's really interesting that I actually hadn't had anyone talk about until probably this last month, and hadn't had any references to it either. And that's 12.5. And 12.5 states that if there are any regulatory requirements for construction of the residence change during the course of construction and result in an increase in the cost of labor and or materials, the seller reserves the right to adjust the purchase price for the property to correspond with such regulatory changes. So think about that. You have your purchase price, you've done your change orders, you've locked in what the price is going to be, you know in general what the home is going to look like when it's done. You know in general when the home is probably going to be completed. And now you get a call from the builder and he says, hey, your price just went up because the cost of labor has exploded throughout the United States and it's costing me 4 times what it was supposed to be. So this is going to be an additional $50,000. And you say, wait a minute, you can't do that. There's no way you're allowed to raise the price. That doesn't make any sense. We have a contract. And they say, well, there's actually been a tariff that's been placed on lumber, and that's what's caused this rise in the prices. And they cite to section 12.5. And there becomes a question of, what is a regulatory change that causes an increase in price? What does that even mean? And that very well could mean that there was a tariff placed on certain types of materials, that regulations as to transportation of these materials have caused a rise in price. So they can't simply raise the price however they want, but if they can cite to a regulation and an increase in price that occurred, they can increase the price on the construction of the home, and the buyer, according to this section, basically is going to have to pay for that change in cost. I had never heard of this taking place, but if you've been paying attention to the construction industry, their prices have been rising steadily since the COVID-19 has occurred. The biggest increase has occurred in the last month, and that is the cost of labor and the cost of lumber. And the cost of lumber has gone up about 4 times what it was before. And we are now hearing about developers basically stopping the construction process. They've said they're not going to accept any contracts right now, and they're readjusting their prices based upon the new increased cost. So construction costs are going up. The cost of buying a newly constructed home is going up, but we've also heard of some builders reaching out, even on properties that are under contract, and saying we're increasing the price because of the cost of lumber. And this is something I've never heard of before in my years of dealing with new construction, is an attempt to increase the price while construction is ongoing. But in the last month, I've heard of a couple of different situations where this has taken place. I don't know, Craig, if you've received calls on that as well.
Yeah, I've certainly heard about the cost of labor, and then, like you said, lumber. And this was mentioned in our last presentation earlier this morning, where the cost of lumber, just due to the fires, has caused a delay, not only with price changes, but like Section 13. It's a big deal. And even when someone's looking at this contract and they see this as being very builder friendly, I mean, one, we wanted builders to use it, and you do have to strike a balance. I guess my question to you, Shane, because this is going to be as buyer friendly as I've seen. And obviously not all builders use the UAR new construction. Frankly, quite a few don't use it. When you're representing a buyer, what piece of advice would you give realtors representing buyers when they see some of these very builder-friendly terms? How do you best represent your buyer in those circumstances and negotiate on behalf of your buyer?
That's a really good question. And I agree completely with what Craig said there. As far as buyer-friendly construction contracts are concerned, the UAR version is the most buyer-friendly version that I've seen out there. If you look at any developer-built contract where an attorney has drafted it for them, it skews much further towards the developer, some to a pretty high extreme degree, where they basically can cancel the contract at any time. They have multiple outs built in. You don't see many that have built in a stronger ability to change the purchase price, but you have seen it where they allow for more extensions, things like that. So this is probably the most friendly buyer builder contract that you're going to see. But the question of how do you negotiate this for your client is a really interesting one. And I do a lot of business in Park City. I represent a brokerage in Park City. And so it's a lot of high-end construction. And a lot of the times we're referring our buyers to outside counsel because there's a 27-page construction contract. We tell them, hey, you should have an attorney review this. They go hire an attorney. The attorney reviews all the sections. They tell them 27 different things that they should get changed. The attorney then goes to negotiate with the developer and says, these are the sections that I want changed. These are the sections that don't work for me. I need a better warranty. I want to remove the language that allows you to extend unilaterally. I want to take these changes. And the response that you will see received is, great, appreciate your comments. We're not changing anything. This is our contract. Take it or leave it. And that is what I have seen basically throughout the construction industry over the last probably 5 years. And the reality is we are in a seller's market. And that seller's market applies to the construction industry as well, and even may apply to them moreover. There's not enough new construction out there for the people that want it. So the the developers that are out there have basically taken the position that if you want to make changes to this contract, we understand completely, but we're not going to do that. And there's 4 other buyers lined up behind you that want to buy this same house. And therefore, this is a take it or leave it contract. I think I've talked to Craig about this before. It's basically like going to the doctor. They're going to give you what they want you to sign that says you're waiving all these different things and you're agreeing to arbitration, you're agreeing to mediation, you're agreeing to all these different things. And if you try and negotiate with your doctor as to what that contract is going to be, the answer is you're going to be finding a new doctor because they're not going to go in there and try and change sections and things like that. And basically that's what we're seeing right now in the construction industry. They've paid a lot of money for their attorney to create this contract. They know exactly what it says. They know why it says. And moreover, they don't want to go back to their attorney to talk to them about this change they want to make this change. What is that going to mean for me going forward? And so in this market, in a seller's market where there's so many buyers that want to buy new construction, the reality is there isn't a lot that's going to be negotiated. You may be negotiating finishes. You may be talking about the costs. You may be talking about when this is going to be completed. But the actual provisions of the contract, almost universally, the developers are saying we're not going to adjust those with a few minor things. And so these are sections that I think you want to look at, that you definitely need to talk to your buyer about to make sure they understand. But it's not necessarily so you're going to do an addendum to counter these. It's so they just understand what they're getting into. And if they're not comfortable with that, the answer may be we need to go buy finished construction as opposed to new construction then, because the fact is there's so much risk on these builders in the costs associated with this, in the time that they're putting in. They're just not interested in removing any of their rights to the contract because there is so much risk of them that the market's going to change in 9 months and that the buyer may not be there anymore. And so they're just simply not allowing for any negotiations to take place, is what my experience has been basically for the last 5 years, but even more in the last year where inventory is even down more and new construction is even in more demand.
Yeah, in my years of the hotline, and I've been on the hotline for 8.5 years, I've never had as many new construction questions, hands down. And my answer to them is essentially what you said, Shane. It's simply your role and your fiduciary duty of reasonable care and diligence is highlighting those sections and letting your buyer make that determination. it might not work out for them, but at least you've explained to them some of these ramifications of the contract.
Yeah.
I do see all these great questions. I do notice them. We're going to save some of these for the end when we have our Q&A from 2:30 to 3. Shane, is there anything or any other panelists want to talk about new construction before we move on to the next presentation?
No, I think what you said is absolutely the key. And that is your client needs to understand the contract, even though they may not be able to change the contract. And that is setting expectations for your client, making sure they understand that, yes, we have a deadline that we think they're going to be able to make as far as being able to purchase this house, but don't hire those movers quite yet. We need to be able to monitor the construction process. We need to have constant communication with the builder. We need to be involved in this process throughout so we know, hey, is our loan going to be ready? Do we have everything ready to be able to finish, to be able to complete this? Because the notice that you're going to get of when your settlement's going to take place may be occurring a week before. A lot of times you'll see that in the contract. So your job is going to be not only explaining the terms of the contract and making sure that your client's aware of those, understands, is comfortable with it, but then over that next 9 months, making sure that you're staying in contact with the builder, with the seller, knowing where they are in the construction process, knowing how close they are to completion. Are there delays that have occurred? Are things occurring that your client needs to know about? So you basically can represent them in the best way possible in setting the expectations for the process.
Excellent. Okay, first key word. So pay attention, this is the first key word, construction. First key word, construction. So go ahead and write that down. Construction is the first key word. Just making sure everyone has a chance to get that. Thanks, Shane. Again, Shane's an excellent resource. And so appreciate those comments. Okay, so our next presenter, Pistol Pete. Okay, also goes by the aliases PJ, Peach, Pedro, and depending on who's saying it, PETA. I think I've heard that before. He is a BYU grad, both undergrad and law school, and he is the current CEO of Utah Central Association. And I had the privilege of working with Peter when I was hired. We worked together for about 3.5, almost 4 years together. Great mentor, incredible mind, and I really enjoy working with Peter. And he has a fantastic hat. He did ask me if he looks like a cowboy or a gangster, and I said, you look good. I mean, that's all that matters, right? As long as he has that hat going on. Peter, he's going to be talking today, and so we'll go ahead and jump into Peter's presentation. Again, feel free to type in questions. We'll address those really on the back end when we have our Q&A. Turn the time over to Peter.
Thanks, Craig. Good to be here. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in. Yeah. So crazy market we find ourselves in, and it's brought up a lot of interesting issues. Multiple offers, certainly one of them. But I was talking to some agents the other day and telling them about this interesting byproduct we've seen with this low inventory, high demand market we find ourselves in. And that is that more and more I'm seeing and hearing about sellers trying to get out of contracts. I think there are several reasons for that. Sometimes there may be a better offer in the background, and there's incentive for them to maybe try to take that offer. But then also there is an issue with sometimes the seller's not finding a place to move to. And we're seeing that happen relatively frequently, where seller puts their house on the market, normally might do that before they engage in finding their own house, kind of see how that goes, get it under contract quickly, begin looking for their own home, can't find it, can't find anything. So they then are looking for a way and a reason to get out of their contract. And what that brings us to is some issues with, you got to have your contract airtight nowadays. And that's really a huge benefit you bring as a real estate agent and realtor, is that you are going to have everything in order for your clients. And one of the ways you bring that value is making sure they don't have these little issues that come back to haunt them later. And so it starts right from the beginning with contract formation. And that's a big issue, right? We want to make sure that we have our contracts in order. So I'm going to talk about a couple things to start with. First of all, we all know offer and acceptance. Basic issue is it has to be signed and communicated. I'm still surprised that there's a little confusion. This predates me, long before me. I'm not sure why we do it this way. It's a little crazy, but this is the way we do it. You got to sign it. Your buyer or seller has to sign it, and then it has to be communicated. I get this question often, and this crazy market, right? That becomes an issue, that timing of how quickly am I going to get this signed and communicated, because I need to get that back. If I get a counter offer from the seller, there is a chance in the meantime, seller issues that counter offer, seller gets a better offer. Or a buyer that did not get the counter offer decides, whoa, I didn't realize that, and ups the game and sends in a new offer. So we want to know how that works. Well, it has to be signed by the client and then communicated, and that's the key, right? So even if it's signed sitting on your desk and that listing agent calls to rescind the counter offer, and you say, wait, I already have it accepted. It's signed here. It's not accepted. You have not communicated it yet. So make sure you do that. People often ask, well, what constitutes communication? Is it better for me to call? Is it better for me what if I have to leave a voicemail? Is it better for me to email, text? And I say, yes, do all of them. Call, send an email, send a text, tack a note to their door, whatever comes to your mind, especially in this competitive market. Make sure that you are communicating that, and doing it in multiple ways is better. Okay, so that's first issue. Second issue is kind of understanding contract formation in general. So got a hypo for you. So let's say buyer submits an offer to the seller with an acceptance deadline of today at 5 o'clock. Okay, so acceptance deadline today, 5 o'clock. So what happens if the seller does not respond by 5? What do we got? Well, the acceptance deadline was today at 5. So after 5 o'clock, that pretty much just rescinds the offer. That's how that works. It was not accepted by the deadline. There is no longer a valid offer floating out there. This brings up issues that we see in pretty much every market, but becomes a little bit more important now in this kind of market condition. And that is, what if that seller accepts the offer at 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, maybe 8 o'clock the next morning? Do we have an issue here? Well, clearly we feel like we may have a buyer and seller who want to go under contract, who still want to complete this transaction. But yes, we have an issue. Yeah, we have an issue. An offer was accepted that was no longer valid. And what problems does that bring up? Well, it may not. I venture a guess that there have been many contracts that have been successfully completed and closed that began this way, but it's not a safe position to be in for either party. Probably even worse in this market is if it's reversed. A counteroffer goes out to buyer, 5 o'clock deadline, buyer accepts it at 7 o'clock at night, sends it over, communicates it, feels like we did our job. Seller doesn't say anything, listing agent doesn't say anything. Maybe they go along, inspections go on, and then seller gets another offer. Seller can't find another house. Seller comes back a week later and says, oh, by the way, we're not under contract. You accepted my counteroffer 2 hours after the acceptance deadline. Well, now we got a real problem. I could probably ask all the attorneys on this panel whether or not you have a valid contract, and we may get a couple different answers. But you know, if you're getting different answers from attorneys with this much experience, then you've got a problem. You've got a big problem and probably an expensive problem. So don't leave it to that. Don't leave it to chance. If you see that one of the parties is going to, whether it's the buyer or seller, is going to miss the deadline, they're out of town, they're at a kid's play, whatever the case may be, don't just overlook that. There's a couple things you could do. You could counter back with the exact same terms and have the other party accept it. That would work. You could ask the party who issued the offer to reissue it with a new deadline. That would also work. You could even go through the formality of having the party extend the deadline and sign an addendum saying it's been extended and then accept it. Seems a little unnecessary because you could just do it with one addendum back to them, but that would also work. But I would advise you not to leave it to chance that, buyer wants to buy, seller wants to sell, so it will work out in the end. It's not unheard of for a seller in particular, buyers sometimes too, at late stages in the contract to turn towards a missed date, a missed deadline like this and claim, I can get out of this contract with no repercussions. So don't leave it to that. As my good friend Shane Norris says, if you end up in a lawsuit, you've already lost, even if you can win the lawsuit. So don't leave. That's your job. You keep them out of these problems. That's what you do as a real estate agent. That's why you're worth every penny, is you keep them out of these situations. Okay, so that's one. So what happens if if the seller or buyer accepts the offer, seller accepts the offer at 4 p.m. Deadline's at 5, remember. Then you're under contract. Great, no problem. What happens if the seller counters at 4 p.m.? No problem, right? Great. Then there's a new acceptance deadline on the counter and not an issue. What happens if the seller counters a year from today? So the deadline's today at 5. What happens if the seller counters a year from today? Or maybe that's too extreme for you. A month from today, a week from today. They can't do that, right? They've missed their response deadline. Well, there is no such thing as a response deadline. It's an acceptance deadline, and it does not matter when you respond to it. If you respond with a counter offer, it is an entirely new offer, and it takes on a life of its own. And so you're fine to counter an offer after the initial offer's acceptance deadline. You don't, I've seen it where agents are calling saying, hey, do I need to extend the acceptance deadline before I counter it? Do I need to ask them in my counter to extend their original? No, because you're not accepting that offer. You are proffering a different offer. Now you're changing the terms. You're sending it over to them saying, I like some of the terms of your original offer, but I'm going to change these terms specified in my counter offer. It's a whole new offer. So you're fine to counter after the acceptance deadline. All right, so that brings me to another scenario. You've got buyer and seller, and buyer puts in an offer. Seller, maybe in this market's feeling a little like they're holding all the cards, right? So they counter that offer. So let's say the initial offer has a deadline of September 4th. And then the seller then counters that offer and gives a settlement, or sorry, an acceptance deadline of the, let's say the 7th. The buyer gets that offer and seller doesn't hear back from the buyer. So we're now at the 3rd of September. So a day before the initial offer deadline and a few days before the 7th of the counter offer deadline. Everybody following at home? You guys doing all right? Do I need to do the whiteboard? Sellers getting nervous. They're not getting all the offers they thought they would. And so seller says, maybe that offer wasn't so bad from the buyer. So let's go ahead and rescind our counter offer and accept the buyer's initial offer. We still have a day to do it, right? Their acceptance deadline is on the 4th. It's the 3rd. So we're smart. We're not going to have a counter offer hanging out there. So they send over a rescission of their initial counter offer and then communicate, we've accepted your offer. Are they under contract? Shout it out to your office mates. Are they under contract? Yes, no? No, they're not. And here's why. You may be thinking, but they're within the deadline, Peter. Why? That offer was still good. No, once you counter an offer, you have in essence rejected it. And it doesn't matter. You don't have to wait until the deadline to reject an offer. You simply, you can reject it on day 1. It could have 2 weeks for response, or not response, I was about to say response deadline, for an acceptance deadline. And once you counter it, even if you counter it with time left on the acceptance deadline, it's dead. Because you've said, I reject your initial offer and here's the new offer. We like certainty and finality in the law. And the idea of having multiple pending versions of the deal is unacceptable. And so what we've said is once you offer an alternative to the current deal, you've said no to the current deal and put in a new one. So you cannot go and accept it once you've countered it. So be careful of that. Be careful of that. So those are some common missteps in formation of the contract and understanding how we accept and the deadlines that are in play as we accept. Another big one I'll mention, and then I'll end my section on this, but another big one is earnest money. We're seeing, this is another sometimes easy out for a seller, is not getting the earnest money in on time. There is arguably an ethical obligation and legal obligation or licensing rules for a buyer's agent, once they are aware their buyer has missed the deadline for submitting earnest money, that they must notify the other side that their buyer is now in breach. It's material information about the transaction, and that kicks in an obligation for them to disclose this information. So the big question is whether or not this is a breach of contract. I say yes, it is. It's a promise contained in the contract that's going unfulfilled. What does that do? It kicks in section 16, the default provisions, which the first thing it allows a seller to do is cancel the contract. So be aware, make sure they understand how to get that earnest money in, when to get it in. Another easy target is that the REPC says it'll go to a brokerage trust account, and yet the buyer sends it to their title company, but they have not amended the REPC. Well, that is not where the REPC says that the earnest money will go. The seller has a right to have a say in where the earnest money goes. So if buyer sends it to a title company, it's not fulfilling the terms of the contract, could again be seen as a breach of the contract, could give the seller legs to say, I'm out. You didn't fulfill the contract. Even though the earnest money was proffered on time, it didn't go to where we agreed it would go to. And again, whether you win that fight in the long run, it doesn't matter. It's going to stop the transaction. It's going to give the seller a good argument to say that I can get out of this contract without any repercussions. So make sure that's done correctly. Make sure your buyer understands the timing and gets it in on time. And then my last thing about earnest money is make sure there's enough in there. If you read through the default section, lawyers are awesome and people love to call us and hang out with us and love our billable hours. And they think it's all wonderful that we charge for every 6 minutes of phone call we have with, they love that. But the easiest remedy besides hiring an attorney in the REPC for your buyer or seller is to take the liquidated damages clause, which is the earnest money. That earnest money sets how much that damages, how much those damages will be. So if you're putting $500 in there, it's not going to cover much. And you're going to have a buyer or seller who is at the end of the day saying, my goodness, that doesn't cover half of what I needed it to cover. So, and even now today, usually we used to think, well, earnest money is mostly for the seller. So the seller wants it high, buyer wants it low. I'd argue nowadays it's as important for the buyer to have a high amount in there as it is for the seller. Because if the seller willfully, and I've had these phone calls recently of sellers willfully breaching the contract and saying, it's cost of doing business, I will pay the equivalent of earnest money because I'm okay with that. If buyer seeks that as their remedy, and then I'll move on and whatever I need to do with this property after this. But, I'll match that $500. I'll match that $1,500. But when it starts to get to be $10,000, $15,000, $30,000, now you've got a seller who's thinking twice about breaching the contract or trying to get out of it because the stakes are a little higher. So make sure you're paying attention to that. Earnest money is important. The amount is very important. Hopefully nothing goes wrong, but if it does, you'll be glad that there's a decent amount in there.
Excellent, Peter. Appreciate that information. I have found as of late, all of those scenarios I've been asked on the hotline over and over and over. Because you're right, sellers are looking to back out. Maybe they have seller's remorse or they can't find that property or something happens. And so having your contract airtight is, again, and I've referred this with Shane and I would refer it to you, it helps agents fulfill their fiduciary duty of reasonable care and diligence. And I think you alluded to this at the very beginning. Your understanding with the contract, from my understanding as an attorney, I think that's the greatest value proposition that you can offer as a real estate agent is your understanding with the contract. So appreciate you sharing that. Second keyword, contract. Second keyword, contract. Okay, everyone. The second keyword is contract. I want to make sure everyone gets that. I also want to clarify that Dave mentioned a contest that the first 5 to submit their completed form. So you need to have all 6 keywords and then submit it. We had a couple submit a little bit earlier. So you're still in it, but submit it after it's completed. So the 6 keywords. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and turn the time over to Sam Bell. So Sam Bell, he is currently the president of Century 21 Everett. And he's been in the real estate industry since 1998. So a wealth of experience, incredibly nice guy. He was a CCIM Real Estate Attorney of the Year finalist in 2014 and 16. So a wealth of experience and a wealth of knowledge when it comes to litigation and real estate claims. We're going to go ahead and turn the time over to Sam. And I'm going to throw a curveball right now. Third keyword. Okay, everyone? Third keyword. We're going to do that right now. Third keyword, title. Third keyword, title. Say it one more time. The third keyword is title. Okay, so that we've given 3 keywords already. We did the second just now, and we just did the third. Okay, we'll turn the time over to Sam.
All right, thank you. Today we're going to talk about everybody's favorite section of the REPC, which is section 6.1. And since all of you are now sitting there thoroughly confused because you're not sure what section 6.1 says, I'm going to share a screen with you. Let's see here. We're going to talk about it. So section 6.1 deals with marketable title. And let's read it together. It says a seller represents that seller has fee title to the property and will convey marketable title to the property to buyer at closing by general warranty deed. The key here today that we're going to talk about are just two simple words: marketable title. And it seems like a relatively straightforward, simple concept, but it's actually a really involved concept. And it's one, we heard Peter just talk about, everybody loves to pay attorneys for every 6 minutes of their time. It's one that attorneys have earned a lot of money on over the past years. Now, the question is, what is marketable title? As I've gone throughout my career, I've had people call, and there's a lot of misconceptions. In the next slide, we're going to talk about what it's not, but let's talk about what it is right now. First, let's talk about what title is. When I go around, I talk to people about title. I think they associate title with land. I have title to this land. I have title to a car. What you really have is rights. Title are the rights. And if you think back to real estate school, it's the bundle. We talked about the bundle of rights: the right to possession, the right to control, the right to exclusion, to keep people off and out of your property, the right to alienation, which is sale or lease. This is what title is. It's this bundle of rights that we talked about in real estate school, or for all the attorneys that are out there in law school long ago. And that's what title is. So when we talk about marketable title, we're talking about what's marketable bundle of rights, right? And so let's talk about what that means together. And it's an issue that the courts have looked at. It's an issue that they've had to define. And what they've said is marketable title is title that may freely be made the subject of resale at a fair price to a reasonable purchaser, or mortgage to a person of reasonable prudence as security for a loan of money. Now, I know we're all super clear with that. I mean, I think there's about, that's a 20-sentence word, and every sentence could be litigated or every word could be litigated. What's a reasonable purchaser? What does it all mean? Let's get down to the meat of it. If you can sell or mortgage the bundle of rights to a rational human, then it's marketable. The question that they look at when you go into a courtroom is whether a reasonably prudent person familiar with the defects would accept title in the ordinary course of business. And so you look at, say, hey, would somebody buy this? That's what they're looking at. Would somebody buy this if they knew what the defects to those bundle of rights were? And they do not look at ultimately whether it's totally free and clear. They're really just looking at, would somebody buy? Let's talk, I'm going to use some examples. I know I just zipped through that, and it's pretty dense, but we're going to get to some examples. Let's talk about what it's not, right? Marketable, it's not marketable land. It's not economic marketability, meaning it's not that whether or not you can resell the land. If you look at the slope on this picture I have, I could sell you that land. Now, what can you do with that land? Very little. You could probably use it to do some, workouts where you run up and down. Maybe you could, mountain bike. If it snows, you could ski on it. You're not going to be able to build a house because it's too steep. It's not right for the building conditions. Now, you can hold clean title. You can have a clean bundle of rights to that land, even though it's pretty much worthless land. Another area, zoning or use issues. I've had clients call me in the past and say, hey, we've got a marketable title issue because, we just got a letter from the city that there's a zoning violation. Maybe it's an unauthorized mother-in-law apartment, or, an accessory building that wasn't approved. So we've got a marketability issue. That's not what this is. You can own title free and clear and have a zoning issue at the same time. Defects with the physical condition of the property. There's a sinkhole or something that happens on the property, that doesn't affect your bundle of rights, right? You still own that sinkhole. You still have the rights to that sinkhole, even though you may not have known about it. And so when we're talking about marketable title, it's really not dealing with the land so much as the rights you hold as an owner to that land. And where we see it come up most frequently are in boundary issues. And the reason it comes up in boundary issues, and the Supreme Court cases that I mentioned earlier, all dealt with boundary issues. And the reason that it deals with boundary issues is possession. One of those sticks in that bundle of rights is the right to possess the land. Now, if I sell you land and I describe the land as, lot 7 in a subdivision, you could go to the county recorder's office and pull a plat map. A lot of times they'll do that as part of the PR, and you can look at it and go, okay, lot 7 is, this depiction of land, and that's what I'm buying. And what you don't see a lot of times are the actual variances in the boundaries that have happened over time. Let's look at this picture real quick. What you see here on the side, the big thick line is the boundary line. It's the surveyed boundary line for a piece of land. What you see 27 feet away are a bunch of X's. That's the actual fence. So if you're the owner of the right of the land on the right side, you're short 27 feet. That fence is on your property. It's encroaching on your property 27 feet. If you're the owner on the left side of this picture, you get an extra 27 feet, or the fence is 27 feet in favor of you. There's two big concepts when it comes to boundary line issues that could come into play when we're talking about marketable title. Because remember, it deals with title because it's affecting the right of possession. So one is called boundary line by acquiescence. This is a really big deal. Over my career working in real estate property issues, we would get a boundary line case at least one a week. It's that prevalent out there. And how they develop is, 50 years ago, somebody installed a fence. Did they decide to pay for a survey before they put the fence in? No, because that added costs. We just wanted to do it on the cheap. I went down to the Home Depot. I bought some. Home Depot didn't exist 50 years ago. I went down to the home improvement store, whatever, the lumber yard, bought some fence posts, slapped it up. It felt right, and now it's been there for 50 years. Boundary line by acquiescence is a legal doctrine that changes boundary lines based on things like fences that are not right on the boundary line. So what it requires is occupation up to a visible line marked by monuments, fences, or building. It's not just fences, it could be buildings, it could be other things. There have been all kinds of cases that have come out where just the idea of what's the visible line has been litigated. We had one several years ago where one neighbor decided he owned half of his neighbor's land because of a tree. And it was kind of in a forested area up in Little Cottonwood Canyon. And he said, well, I've been going over to this tree for years, and now I own all of that space. And the big issue in that case was, where's the visible line? You can't just look and go, well, in my mind, the line is from this tree to that tree to that tree to that tree. It's got to be a true line marked by something. Occupation means you have to use it up to that line. If we look at this picture again and say, okay, the fence is 27 feet off the boundary line, the owner on the left is likely landscaped and is using those 27 feet as theirs, which is occupation. The other thing is the next piece is mutual acquiescence in the line as a boundary. Now that doesn't mean that you and I have to come together and sign an agreement saying the fence line is the boundary line. What it means is we didn't say anything about it. We just acted like it was the boundary line, which in the case of subdivisions and private ownership, people just assume the fence line is the boundary line. We're going to look at a couple of pictures here in a second. And one of them is of my house I live in now. The interesting thing about where I've lived is everywhere I've lived, I've had a boundary issue where boundary by acquiescence has happened. The next piece is it's got to be for a long period of time, which the courts have defined as 20 years. And that's not just 20 years with one landowner. That 20 years does something called tacking, meaning the minute that fence is built, regardless of whether there's 50 owners over that 20 years, the 20 years runs, regardless of who owns either side of that fence. And then it's got to be by adjoining landowners. So you've got to be, next to each other. Now here's a piece of the puzzle it should be troubling to all of you. Very troubling to me. It was troubling to the title industry. There was a Supreme Court case that came out, and the question was, hey, so we've had this fence, we can check off all the stuff, occupation up to a visible line, mutual acquiescence, been more than 20 years. Now, does it require us to go to court and have a judge tell us that's the new boundary line? Or does it just automatically and magically transfer title to that property? And the title industry showed up in force and said, no, if it's a magical transfer, that creates all kinds of issues. That creates all kinds of issues specifically with marketable title. And the Supreme Court said, well, that's cute, but no, we believe it transfers the title to the land automatically, or what they call by operation of law. And so that's the state of affairs in Utah. If you have a fence that's in place for more than 20 years, that is the new boundary line, regardless of what the survey says. I'm going to give you a quick example. A few years ago, I represented a developer. They were trying to, figure out the financial feasibility of a certain development, and figured if they could just get two more units, it would be wildly profitable versus a loss. And as they came to me, we sat down, we started looking at what the options were, looking at, the entitlements issue, the approvals from the city. And what I found was they had a survey a lot like that picture, where the fence line was moved onto the neighbor's land far enough that it actually benefited them. They had enough square feet of that, boundary by acquiescence that they could get 2 more units. And so we went around to the neighbors and sent a letter that just basically said, sorry, but magically, at some point in the past, title transferred, and we're taking over this land and we're going to be developing it. And so that's a real world application of how this would work. Another issue that I'm not going to spend much time at all on is adverse possession. I hear a lot of agents talk about adversely possessing something. I think it sounds exciting and sexy, but it's very difficult to do. It requires possession that's open, notorious, and hostile, meaning I'm out there, I'm not trying to hide the fact that I'm occupying the land. The big trick is taxes for 7 years. You have to pay taxes on that land for 7 years. It's extremely rare because of that tax requirement. That case I mentioned where the Supreme Court said, hey, title transferred automatically. The issue was, if it transferred automatically, then did the people take back the land through adverse possession? And this is why the tax requirement that the assessor sends tax notice for land to whoever's on record. And typically the assessor does not go out and survey things and try to determine whether fence lines are correct or, with respect to the surveyed boundaries. They just assess based on what the paper in the county recorder says. And so it's very rare. Now let's take a look at a real world example. This is a subdivision. If you look at it, we've overlaid the satellite image of where the homes are built with respect to the boundary lines. And if you're looking at kind of in the middle where it says Hidden Cove, you can see it's a mess. I'm going to zoom in on this section right here in particular. Now you can see there's lot 64 kind of in the middle, and that yellow line runs right down the middle of that house. Now, I think we can all see the names of the streets. This is of course up in Park City, so maybe it's one Shane will have to deal with in the future when somebody goes to sell. But this is a problem. This is a big problem. We have a house that's divided. There's a big chunk sliced off of it. Now, if you go down 2 houses, there's a chunk sliced off that house, down another house, there's a chunk sliced off that house. The development of this subdivision was an absolute train wreck. They just kind of built wherever and without real respect to the surveyed boundary lines. The good news for these people is that these houses have all been there for at least 20 years and they're visible, and people aren't, you know, the neighbors aren't trying to live in the other neighbor's kitchen. So there's a good argument. Something that we helped with a while ago is trying to clean up the boundary issues on some of these homes in this neighborhood. But if you were going as a seller to sell this house, you may have an issue with section 6.1 that says you're going to convey marketable title, because if you don't have a boundary by acquiescence claim here, if this house that's right in the middle hasn't been there for 20 years, can you really sell possession of the piece that's sitting on the neighbor's land? You know, maybe you can, but it may be the subject of litigation. So the big question, and what's scary is maybe not the whole house, but, you know, fence lines, things. If you look across the street, you can see there are boundary lines where neighbors have built their driveway across the boundary line, things like that. There was, for a while, right before the Great Recession, a huge development boom that resulted in a bunch of sloppy development where people were building fast. They weren't being really careful of boundary lines and things like that, and there's a mess. Now the question is, how do we protect our clients? One of my answers is surveys. I've always found it interesting that, you know, we work with, in a lot of cases, residential buyers who want to do due diligence on the cheap. They just want to get the PR. They want you to walk them through it, you to bring up what issues there are. You may say, hey, look, you have the right as part of due diligence to go get a survey. They go, how much is that going to cost? It's going to cost a couple $1,000s. No, thanks. A survey could help protect your buyer. It can also help protect your seller, which brings us to number 2. Disclose, disclose, disclose. If you're on the seller side and you know that there's a boundary issue, disclose. And the reason you want to disclose is that the Utah courts, the Supreme Court has said, a buyer can't have a claim for marketable title issues if they knew there was an issue. Because if we go back to the question that the courts asked, would a buyer buy this if they knew there was an issue? And if you have a buyer that buys something after the seller discloses there's an issue, the answer to that question is yes, this buyer did that. And so that protects the seller. I'm going to close on this. This is a picture of my fence line on the south boundary of my yard. If you see the brown fence, that's my property line. Now my backyard is on the other side of the white fence. You can't see it. I'm standing in quote unquote my neighbor's yard. If you look, I've got about 2 feet of land that I haven't fenced in. Now my neighbor doesn't know this. When we have the survey done to do some landscaping and stuff, and painted the fence, he came over and said, oh, do we need to move your white fence? I told him, no, I'm a nice guy, I'm reasonable, just 2 feet, don't worry about it. Deep inside, I knew that fence, that white fence, had been in existence for 20 years, for 23 years. And that I guess I could take it back, but under the law, that title to that little 2-foot strip of property had already transferred. And so, you know, that's when I won some brownie points for being a nice guy and letting him keep the land that he actually already owned. Now, it was hard to explain to my wife. So she, you know, I got to practice this little thing on her about the 20 years and the automatic thing. But it's a real life application that, you know, my house was built in the 90s. So, you know, we're not talking about old farmers with farmland and weird fencing through the forest. We're talking about subdivisions in Salt Lake. So anyway, I appreciate the time, and I guess we'll take questions at the end. Thanks, everybody.
Excellent, Sam. Hey, thanks for sharing that information. I'm always surprised by the number of boundary by acquiescence questions that I've been getting on the hotline. And a good resource would be the Utah Property Rights Ombudsman website. They have all of these legal theories that Sam went through, well defined. Again, that's the Utah Property Rights Ombudsman Office. So great resources there. I'm going to give a little recap because we're getting a lot of questions about what were the keywords. I'm only doing it for right now, so they're written out. Okay, so you've got them right there. These were the first 3 keywords. I'm trusting that you were here the whole time because you're asking, hey, I was here, and we can monitor your activity. So I'm not too concerned lining it up. So those are the first 3 keywords that you should already have. Here, let me play it real quick. So those are the first 3 keywords. Here is the 4th keyword, code. Code is the 4th keyword. Okay, so just remember that. Code, write it down right now. This is when you get a chance to put it down. So 4th keyword is code. And we're going to jump to our next presenter. Our next presenter is Lance Harrison. Lance Harrison is legal counsel for the Utah Association of Realtors, works here. He's been here for about 4.5 years. Fantastic guy, oversees the professional standards, so sees all of the ethics complaints, all the arbitration requests, and teaches code of ethics and advanced code of ethics. So without further ado, we're going to go ahead and turn the time over to Lance.
Thanks, Craig. It's always nice to be here. And it's always nice to hear from the other attorneys. I love these events. I learned so much. And let me give a little shout out to the legal library that's coming for the website. Deanna's been doing an awesome job getting that together. The website's looking awesome. And it's this kind of great content that we're gonna have on the legal library, along with a lot of frequently asked questions, articles that we've written about these kinds of topics. That's really just going to be a great resource for anybody who wants to come and learn or get questions answered. So it's just going to be awesome. So today I'm going to deviate a little bit from the law, and we're going to talk about the code of ethics a little bit. Don't worry, I won't deviate too much. It's all kind of interrelated, and I know you would hate that. Let me share my screen here, because what I want to do is I ran some numbers, right? So I started to crunch some numbers, and for your benefit here, so let's do the numbers about ethics, right? So if you take a look at this list here, these are the top 5 complaints we've received. I ran the numbers for about 18 months. Going back about that long, so we have enough data to kind of get a good idea of what is going on in our industry. And hopefully by going over this and getting kind of an overview, we'll get an idea of what is going on in our industry and how can we improve it, how can we better our businesses and make our transactions more smooth, right? Because that's what we want. We don't want to go to court. We don't want to go to a hearing. We don't want to deal with those things. We want to do it right the first time and avoid that and work together. So article number 1, of course, it's always up there. It's the first article, deals with 2 different things. Honesty, just in general, with all the parties, with everybody involved. And then the second thing is protecting your client's interests, right? So that is what article 1 is. It's kind of an umbrella article. It covers a lot of things. So 25% of all the articles cited, the total articles that are cited, 25% of those are article 1s, potential violations, right? Now, if we switch the numbers a little bit and we say, well, how many complaints in general involve in article 1? There might be other articles in that same complaint. It jumps to a 70%. So that's a huge majority, right? So article 1 is just huge. Don't worry, I'm not going to teach a whole 3-hour code of ethics class for you guys. You guys get plenty of that. But I do want to just hit on the top articles. So article 2 and 3, they come in 2nd and 3rd place, 13% together. Well, actually individually, right? They're each 13%. And article number 2, if you remember, is property representation or transaction representations, and kind of overlaps with Article 1 about honesty and those types of things. So if you're misleading or leaving something out, that's where we're going to hit into an Article 2. And then with an Article 3, we're going to see cooperation among brokers. So those are kind of the top three there. And Article 3 is interesting because we don't see it usually that much, but recently we've seen an increase in Article 3 complaints and violations. So we'll kind of talk about that a little bit more in detail, why that is and kind of how we can deal with that. And then the last two, of course, Article 9, 11% forms and contracts, just what we've been talking about today all the time, contracts, right? That's what we talk about most of the time because it's central to everything that we do. Every single day, this is what we deal with. So Article 9 is always involved. And then Article 12, advertising and communication. So really important, coming in number 5 there. Now, last, before I move on, I just want to highlight this last tidbit. Arbitration requests equal just over 40% of the total files we received over the last 18 months, which is actually trending upward, which is not that normal, right? Usually we have more ethics type issues and complaints than arbitrations, but arbitrations are trending upward, which isn't necessarily a good thing, but we'll go over that and why, kind of what's going on with arbitrations and some ways to avoid that and to maybe settle some of these disputes. So that's kind of where we're at as an industry. So let's get a little bit more into settlement really quick, and then we'll go into the details of some of these ethics issues that I've been seeing. So 39% of ethics complaints were settled before a hearing recently. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little proud of these settlement numbers. I think it's pretty awesome that we're getting these types of settlement numbers in our complaints, because settlement is the way with ethics or arbitration that you get a win-win outcome. There's not a better way to deal with it. Now, of course, not every case is good for a settlement, and it's always up to the parties how that works out, but it's usually a good option to look into, at least because it saves time, it saves stress, it can save money. It's always a good option. So 39% of ethics were settled before a hearing. 37% of arbitration requests were settled. So actually really similar numbers with settlement right now. And then you wonder, well, what are the mechanisms of settlement? How does this work? And how can I settle more complaints? Or if I get some kind of an issue arise, what do I do with that before maybe I take more action, like a hearing or hiring other people to deal with it? And the 3 ways, of course, mostly it's going to be informal, right? Between brokers, between agents, communicating, listening, and hearing what the other person is saying, and really thinking about it, right? And saying, what can we do to make a win-win outcome? And maybe that's giving up a little bit. Maybe it's doing something else to save the time from a hearing or from a couple months of argumentation or things like that, and save some money. So the second 2, ombudsman and mediation. Ombudsman is going to be for ethics hearings, right? It's a third-party broker, a volunteer through the UAR to help you resolve an ethics complaint over the phone usually. So that's been really successful when people choose that. And then mediation is the most formal of those options with arbitration, where you're going to sit down and talk about it with a trained mediator, a volunteer mediator, to help you communicate through those issues and try to reach a settlement. So I just bring this up because it is so important to at least think about these issues when arguments come up, when misunderstandings come up. And a lot of times it's not on purpose. Sometimes it is, of course, but when it's not on purpose, I think communication is such an important part of the process to get on with our lives and get on with our businesses and get other things done besides just arguing. So with that, let's go back to ethics and talk about trends really quick and what is going on. There's 2 trends that I just want to touch on today. The first, unauthorized access to or use of property. And this is kind of an overlap between Articles 1 and 3. And we'll talk about what that means and what we can do about it. And then second, changes to the BAC. Now, with both of these, there's going to be other things kind of going on under the surface that I want to touch on right now. With all ethics issues, you know, sometimes people say, oh, ethics, you know, maybe they don't think it's that important. I hope not, because ethics, we take it seriously, everybody takes it seriously, and if you take it seriously, you're going to be safe in a whole host of other issues, right? In your contracts issues that we're talking about today, in communication, in fiduciary duties. Ethics is kind of the basis of a lot of state law. It's where a lot of that comes from originally. And so it's a good thing if we know the ethics and we keep that. It's going to keep us safe through a lot of the other legal issues that can come up. And then with the changes to the BAC that's offered on the MLS, we'll get into that a little bit and just say this is a potential arbitration issue, right? When those kinds of changes happen inappropriately, almost for sure, you're going to end up in an arbitration and would have to deal with it later. So let's talk about unauthorized access. This comes from 2 articles and 2 different standards of practice. Realtors shall not access or use or permit or enable others to access or use listed or managed property on terms or conditions other than those authorized by the owner or seller. So this comes from Article 1, which is usually kind of pointed toward a seller agent, right? Now the overlapping one is Article 3, which is usually more pointed toward a buyer's agent, but there is overlap in both of these. So Standard Practice 3.9 tells us realtors shall not provide access to listed property on terms other than those established by the owner or the listing brokerage. Hopefully we all know this, right? This is really important stuff to just keep in mind anytime you're dealing with a client and their property or someone else's property, right? This is kind of the basis of a lot of these articles, is to take these seriously and don't use unauthorized access. Now, the reason I bring it up today is that we've had a lot of complaints about these issues, both the UAR level and the Salt Lake Board. I ran some numbers with them too, and this is one of the most trending things. So here is kind of a short list of some potential issues that would trigger an ethics complaint and maybe other issues. So take a look at this, and hopefully none of these things have happened to you, but hopefully we can make these transactions smoother by making sure these don't happen. So first of all, keys. Keys are always talked about, giving access early, giving access to something different than what was agreed to, different than what the showing instructions showed. Something is different than what has been communicated or should be agreed to. So keys come up, and this is a big deal because if keys are given early, clients get angry, and they should. It's a big deal, even if the keys aren't used, right? They were just given early, and then they find out later, wait, the key was given early. They had access to my home while I wasn't around or before it was transferred over to them. That makes them angry, and it should. So that's why we get complaints about it, right? So giving access without permission or outside of any other kind of parameters that have been set, and that enables access to the property. Second, setting and keeping appointments, communicating about your appointments and making sure you're keeping those and being on the same page with the listing agent and showing that property. Had a recent complaint recently with a Supra app misuse. People sharing either their cell phones or downloading the app on someone else's cell phone and not deleting it. For some reason they're doing that. That gives access to unauthorized people, maybe even unlicensed people, to access the home. And did they? Yes, they did. They accessed it at other times using that app. So that's going to be a pretty clear violation. And then, of course, accessing the property in any kind of way, moving things in early, access to the house, access to the garage, making sure you're communicating if you're going to access that property in any way. Video evidence. We've had video evidence submitted. Salt Lake Board has had a lot of video evidence submitted on these types of violations. And it's a pretty clear violation when the evidence gives a video and it shows them accessing property. And so that's just a warning to everyone entering property that security systems, doorbells with videos, they're all becoming more and more popular, and people are watching and recording what's happening. And it's really great evidence for something like an ethics hearing. It's hard to come back from something like that. So be aware of those issues. This last one, some of these seem like it's crazy that this would happen, but this happens and we get complaints about them. Making videos, using people's property in different ways without permission, without clearly communicating what they're going to do, when they're going to do it, how it's going to be used. And that's what makes everybody involved very frustrated. And we just need to avoid that, and it will make everything smoother, I think. And your clients will always appreciate that extra communication to avoid problems with them in the future. So moving on from that kind of trend is the second one I wanted to talk about, and that is with commissions. So we all know what the BAC is, right? On the MLS, the buyer's agent commission that is offered from the listing brokerage to the buyer's brokerage. And the Code of Ethics gives us some guidelines about that offer. And when it's used inappropriately, this causes a lot of arguments, right? And usually, if not resolved, it will result in an arbitration, right? Because commissions are extremely important. Nobody wants to mess with that money, right? So standard practice 3.2. Remember, Article 3 is dealing with cooperation between brokerages. We're in a unique industry, and that cooperation is also competitive, but we work together, and that is better for everybody, right? It's an awesome thing that we have in our industry, that we can work together. Any change in compensation offered for cooperative services must be communicated to the other realtor prior to the time that realtor submits an offer to purchase or lease that property. That's the first part. So communicating that change. After a realtor has submitted an offer to purchase or lease property, the listing broker may not attempt to unilaterally modify the offered compensation with respect to that cooperative transaction. Hopefully this is common sense, right? Everybody's entitled to know what the offer is, and if that's changing after you've relied on it and submitted an offer, that's a problem, right? And it's very frustrating when you find out at the closing table or settlement, or you get your check and it's not what it was supposed to be, and you go back and you realize it's been changed. We're going to have a big issue with that. And that has been coming up more and more in our arbitrations. So what can you do? You can clearly communicate any appropriate change as early and as quickly as possible. You should be doing that all the time. And usually that's going to be on the MLS, right? You're doing that early. If there's any kind of short timeline involved with that, you should be doing it directly and letting people know what's going on with that commission change. Second, this doesn't mean you can't negotiate commissions. Negotiating commissions are always on the table. We're talking about a unilateral change of commissions here, not negotiating. You can negotiate before, you can negotiate during, you can negotiate after, but negotiation means you're talking about it and agreeing to something, not unilaterally changing it. So that's the big difference there. And if you're going to negotiate something different, I would say put it in writing, right? So there's not an argument later what is going on with that commission and what did we actually agree on. And then third, as we already mentioned, buyer's agents have a right to know what compensation is being offered. That's the purpose of the BAC on the MLS. That's why it's published publicly, because there's a right to know what that is and to rely on that commission so that you can use that in your negotiations, so you can know what to expect and plan things around that. So that's all I have for ethics today. I just want to let you guys know that as a whole, I think we have an amazing state as regarding ethics and arbitrations. For how many agents we have, we really do an awesome job with ethics and arbitrations, and people really do communicate well. They resolve a lot of their problems. Of course, some get filed and we go to hearings, and we'll do the best we can with those. But overall, we have a really awesome state with our industry, I think.
Excellent. Thanks, Lance. Lance does a fantastic job with professional standards. If you ever have any sort of ethics or arbitration related question, feel free to call the UAR. You can talk to Lance. He's happy to answer those questions. And he has a wealth of experience because this is what he's been doing for the past 4.5 years. And it's something that I was doing prior to Lance coming. So it is something that's very important. We're going to have Brad Belke and Mark Kohler jump on for Q&A. I have a presentation about forms. I'm gonna call a little bit of an audible, and first I want to talk about the first keyword, because that's the next important thing, right? So you have the next keyword. Here's the fifth keyword, okay? Forms. That was what I was going to talk about. Forms. Fifth keyword is forms. Everyone get a chance to write down that forms. We want to make sure everyone get the chance to do that. So forms, everyone got that? So I was definitely going to talk about the newer forms. Yeah, this is kind of my wanted poster. It makes sense. I love how one of my aliases is spelling the correct version of Craig, because my version is a Utah version. So Peter did a great job with all of these. I love how we also have a reward, but there's no indication of what the reward is for any of these wanted posters. So it could be $100. It might not be anything. So we'll leave it at that. For me, what I'm going to do is I'm going to share something that Peter, Lance, and Shane and I did a little while ago, talking about these newer forms, because I want to address all of your questions instead of me talking, if that makes sense. I'll certainly chime in with some answers. But here's the UAR's Facebook page. So you just go on Facebook, you type in Utah Association of Realtors, and here's the Facebook page. And like was mentioned earlier in the first session, we do have a pretty robust presence on Facebook, where we have been doing legal lives. We've been talking about topics just like this. We've done Q&A sessions. And so what I want to do is show you how to get to this section that I'm talking. Oh, look, someone just liked our page. Fantastic. So you go to the home page, Utah Association of Realtors. Go to videos. Okay, click on videos, and there you'll have 50 minutes of what I was going to talk about in 15 minutes. Okay, it's 6 weeks ago. It has this heading, Legal Hotline Live Forms Updates. There I was going to talk about the subject to sale addendum, the time clause addendum, and the new notice form, and kind of the rationale behind it. I wanted to just highlight that because I don't want to take away from the Q&A session. The only thing that I will touch on today is those forms aren't mandatory, but they are meant to help you. They are meant to, again, and I harped on this in the last couple of presentations, they are meant to help you meet your fiduciary duty of reasonable care and diligence. I have seen that violated more frequently at the Division of Real Estate, because it is, in my opinion, the broadest fiduciary duty that real estate agents owe to their client. It can be dictated by the circumstances. What's reasonable on new construction or commercial or residential or property management can vary depending on the representation and what your client wants you to do. So I just wanted to highlight that. Check out that specific video for information about these forms. I know that they've been gone into practice. The feedback that we've been getting is that these forms are a much welcomed update and modification to the previous versions. The whole premise behind these forms was to simplify the transaction. Again, they're not mandatory. So if you have in-house legal counsel like Shane or Sam, certainly your brokers may have a different option, but these forms are meant to help you meet those fiduciary duties. Okay, so what I want to do now is I want to address some of these questions. We'll do it rapid fire. Certainly any of you can chime in and answer this. So go ahead and take your mutes off. And we have Mark and we have Brad here. So we'll throw a question out to Shane because it's been a little while since you've talked a little bit. You mentioned force majeure. What is maybe the simplest way you could describe force majeure?
Thanks, Craig. It's probably the longest I've gone without talking, so it hurt a lot. But I appreciate being asked that question. So force majeure is basically what a lot of people refer to as act of God. And that is something has occurred that has prevented the contract that was completely unforeseen by the parties to that contract. So a lot of times this became something that a lot of people were talking about because of the COVID-19 epidemic, where there were the force majeure claims made that they couldn't perform under the terms of the contract because the government had shut some industry down, things like that. The key to force majeure, though, and that could be fire, flood, different things like that. The key to force majeure, though, is it's not implied into a contract. It is something that has to actually be drafted in the contract. Courts in Utah will not say you can get out of this contract because of this epidemic if you didn't put that provision into the contract yourself. And so for real estate agents, you'll see it in construction contracts, you'll see it in commercial leases, but it's not in a residential rep C. In fact, it's not in most real estate purchase contracts. It's usually not in a residential lease. It's really in those two areas that you see that. So the word was getting thrown around a lot, but the reality was most of the time it was not in a contract and could not be used by a party in trying to get out of the contract, which is usually when force majeure is being used.
Excellent. Maybe Peter, Lance, Sam, how long after closing do I need to keep the non-winning offers from my multiple offer listing? In essence, records retention.
3 years.
There you go. So non-winning and winning, it's going to be the exact same.
That's the division requirement. I'm sure Sam and litigators would have a different idea as to how long you should keep them, but the minimum is 3 years.
3 years.
Peter, how do you correctly extend the timeline to turn in earnest money if you miss it? What is good language to use?
Oh, good language. Any language that the other side will agree to. Yeah, you need an addendum, and you need both sides signing off saying, yes, we extend the deadline. It could be as simple as that. We agree to extend the deadline for acceptance of earnest money until, and then make sure you have it in by then.
Excellent. Sam, you did a great job talking about boundary by acquiescence.
Thank you.
How do you prove that that monument or that fence line's been there for 20 years?
Well, that's a great question.
And my guess is the question's probably coming from my buyers just moved in. They obviously haven't been there for 20 years. Does it have to be continuous with the same ownership, the neighboring ownership, or is it just the fact that it was there for 20 years?
Okay, so 2 parts. So it just has to be there for 20 years because it doesn't matter how many owners have owned either side. That 20 years packs between owners. So if I own it for 5 years and then sell it to you, Craig, my 5 years counts against that 20 years. And how do you prove it? That's a great question. You find witnesses, you find information there. In that case that I talked about with the developer where we were able to get more entitlements, more units because of the fence lines, we actually went to, there's a company that does aerial surveys of the valley every year. And we went back and got 40 years worth of pictures of this land, and you could see that there was a fence for 40 years in the same place. We used a tree that had been there the whole time to kind of figure out the distance of this fence. And so, there's ways to do it. A lot of times, though, it's just finding the neighbors, hunting down the former owners, asking them when the fence was built. We had one with the wall where there was actually like the contractors had bolted a plaque on the wall, and it said the year built, that's easy, right? We'll take those ones all day. Those are slam dunks. But there's a bunch of different ways, but it does take a little effort to find all the right, to put all the puzzle together.
Right. And the burden would fall on those that are trying to prove that it's been there. The burden falls on them. Excellent. Lance, you mentioned changing the BAC. So what's being offered on the MLS that agents are relying upon. So the comment was, 1, can it be modified once you go under contract? And when would be appropriate timing? Peter, you could probably chime in on this too as a teacher of the Code of Ethics. When would be an appropriate time to modify the BAC?
Yeah, so to start, you can modify it anytime before, but earlier is always the most appropriate time. The earliest you know, either you have a discussion with your seller about them modifying it, you change the listing agreement, that you should be notifying people. If you're gonna change it afterward, that's where you can't, right? You can't unilaterally change it afterward, but you can always agree to change the BAC if you're in agreement. You can negotiate that BAC, talk to each other for whatever reason, and change that. So anytime after you can, but just not unilaterally.
Yeah, I'd say a bad time, Craig, is at the settlement table. And this is where we see the hearings. Hey, my buyer's not going to close unless you change this, or my seller's not going to close unless you change this. That's a bad time to change it and a bad tactic.
Yeah, and you see it all the time. It's not the fact that you can't modify it. That happens where to make the deal work, the respective brokerages modify their compensation. But the key in that point would be that they're doing it mutually. It's not being done unilaterally by the listing brokerage. Excellent. There was another question about compensation. I think this is somewhat of a common, I don't want to say myth, but it is kind of perpetuated in the industry. So someone asked, I've heard that legally a builder cannot withhold a commission if the buyer's agent isn't present at the first visit. Is this true? Ooh, Shane, you want to tackle that? I know you teach a class on commissions in new construction.
Yeah, Brad Belke may want to weigh in as well on this. The answer is it depends. It depends on if it's listed on the MLS or not. If it's listed on the MLS, I think as Brad would weigh in, you cannot change the terms under which a BAC is offered. It's basically, if you're the procuring cause of the transaction, you're entitled to that BAC. But the problem with a lot of developments is they may have 5 properties on the MLS, but 60 properties that are not on the MLS. And so if a client is purchasing one of the properties that is not on the MLS, then the builder can put a requirement as to under what circumstances they'll pay a BAC. They can say if you're not there for the first visit, you're not going to be paid. But if it's on the MLS, they can't put that restriction on.
Yeah, I would say that's right, Shane. I think what you see oftentimes in the MLS is there's a lot of properties that haven't been built yet and they're not ready for sale. So you're looking at maybe a partial sample of the community, and it is the broker's right or the builder's right, if they have their own brokerage arm, to make decisions on each individual parcel that they have. But anything put on the MLS has now been marketed and exposed to all the membership, and that the BAC, that whatever it is that's listed is what would govern.
Excellent. And for those of you that don't know, Brad Belke is the CEO of UtahRealEstate.com and the father of a fantastic baseball player. So I just wanted to throw that out. Brad, while I have you, I've been asked this question, where sometimes in the agent remarks, agents will add something in addition to the BAC. So they'll give language that with a full priced offer, $1,000 bonus, or whatever the incentive may be. How do you view that, and maybe what are some concerns with that language?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. And also, I've actually seen this in the past where somebody has offered a free trip to Hawaii. If a certain price point is provided on a listing, we'll give you a trip to Hawaii. The key that I always say with respect to compensation is it has to be unconditional. And I think that is the most important thing to remember when you're doing comp. And I know everybody likes to be creative, but unconditional offer of compensation is what's required. So you have to be very careful to say things like, hey, if you bring me an offer above this price, then I'll throw in X, Y, and Z. that's pushing an agent to maybe change the consumer preference, right? Maybe to push a person to make an offer maybe higher than they really need to for a benefit that would benefit the agent directly. And so you just have to be really careful when you're offering out comp. It has to be unconditional. There's nothing that says you can't offer $1,000 bonus. You just can't tie it to anything, right? And so you just have to be careful. It has to be unconditional. Whatever offer comes in and is accepted is going to be paid that amount. And if you remember that, you tend not to violate any rules.
Excellent, thank you. Hey, Mark, I have a question for you, and it's probably more just, this is like a question that could be a longer one. It's more of, can you give us any insight, and it sounds like this is for independent contractors, obviously realtor members, any insight on health insurance options and maybe benefits that realtors could avail themselves of as these sole proprietors and independent contractors? Any advice you would give them?
Yes, absolutely. We call it Kohler Care. Some may refer to it as Obamacare, but we've got our own plan here for you. So you're going to love it. I've actually got in my book 9 ways to take advantage of the healthcare strategies, because so many of them are tax-based. So let me just say this quickly. I'd like all of you that are generally healthy to be moving towards a health savings account. So when you're shopping for insurance, even if it's a personal independent plan, your company can pay it, even if you don't have any other employees. If you have other employees, you're not required to get insurance for them unless you have 50 or more. So all of you that are realtors out there, get insurance, find the best plan you can, let your business pay for it, you get 100% write-off. If you're healthy, get a higher deductible, a lower premium, and pump that money into your health savings account. You can self-direct a health savings account like an IRA. I'm not kidding. For 8 years now, I have a health savings account that owns a rental property in Illinois. It pays $200-300 a month cash flow on this low-income housing rental into an LLC that my health savings account owns, and I don't even file a tax return, and all that money is for my family's health care. Insane. And when you share that with your clients and they can use health savings accounts to buy real estate, you've opened up a whole other world. For those that are unhealthy, I'm going to lean you towards the health reimbursement arrangement, which again is another strategy on top of your insurance. So there's so much to talk about. But healthy, look for a health savings account. Unhealthy, add the health reimbursement arrangement. I want you to get 100% deduction for your insurance premiums, as well as all the out-of-pocket. Eyes, dental, co-pays, deductibles, acupuncture, chiropractor, all that can be a write-off if you do it right. But your agent's not going to tell you that. Your health insurance agent, your banker, your lawyer, hopefully your accountant talks about it. But again, you got to be the captain of your own ship and tackle that topic, and it can make you a ton of money and save you money.
Excellent. Yeah, I know that's a pretty broad topic, but it's an important one. So thanks for addressing that. Sam, this was a question. Is there any legal recourse for the loss of property by boundary by acquiescence? My guess is probably compensation or something to that effect.
Yeah, it wouldn't be against the neighbor who took over the land, of course, but under that REPC, it could be a breach of the REPC, could be a breach of the deed, the warranty deed. There's title. The reason the title insurers showed up in force to oppose the idea that it was an automatic transfer of the property was, you may be able to tender a claim to your title insurance company and receive some compensation there as well. So yes, but the recourse would be against the seller or insurance, and that's where you'd look to get compensated.
Excellent. Peter, what is the best way to report other agents? My guess is probably about illegal or unethical behavior. Can an agent's clients report to the UAR any sort of bad experience that they've had?
Call Lance. A client, a neighbor, a friend, anyone who sees the unethical action can call Lance.
Even outside hotline hours, I will talk to you about ethics.
Do they need your cell phone, Lance?
No.
So during off, okay.
UAR line.
Putting yeah, there is a caveat there.
Yeah.
We didn't really address this, but I think Lance gave a little teaser, and it's kind of opening another line of questioning about showing properties. So you make an appointment, you show properties, and let's just go down this train. A buyer's agent is recording on behalf of their buyer, who maybe they're someone that can't go through that should sequester themselves due to COVID-19 related reasons. Do you need permission from the seller to record on behalf of your client or to FaceTime? I know we have a panel of attorneys. What do you guys think? Do you need permission from the seller to do live streaming of the seller's property?
I think it depends on what you're going to do with it. I've actually seen this run through the ethics system, and the big question that came up with the panel was, what is reasonable? So kind of, in my mind, it went back to permission, right? When you allow somebody onto your property, you are extending an invitation, so they have a legal right now, but that invitation has limits to it, and it's not open-ended. And so that becomes the question in my mind. I have not seen it litigated, so maybe some of the litigators could speak better to that, but of how far does that invitation extend? I know most of the agents I talked to said that is fairly routine, that we at least photograph portions of the property. So anytime I'm listing a home, I would think that I would tell the seller, just expect it. You're letting people, potential buyers in, that they're going to take pictures and record. Where I think it went awry in this case was that they then decided to throw that all over social media. So now they were, and with some not so favorable comments about the condition of the property and the owners of the property. And these agents ended up getting sanctioned for it. And I think they clearly exceeded the scope of the invitation by now broadcasting their private details to their home to a larger audience, and not just keeping it with the buyers that were actually there. So I mean, terrible attorney answer, but probably depends.
I mean, I think it's what you do with what you film, right? So you're inviting somebody in to look at your property. The seller has implicitly approved that, and you're in that house. And with COVID and with everything else going on in the world, and probably what the future of showings will look like at some point, will be a media stream of a property. So I think it's how you use it. If you take that media stream and you show it to your client, that's one thing. If you take that media stream and then you put it on YouTube, or you put it somewhere else, and you're now using it for another commercial purpose of some other something else, then you're probably running down the wrong path.
Excellent. What about on the flip side, a seller recording buyers going through their property? And we have about 5 minutes to answer that. Shane, I know you've talked a little bit about that. What are maybe some considerations there?
Yeah, I think this is one where you could talk to 5 different attorneys and get 5 different answers on that. The research that I did on this initially was that it's really state specific, and it's based upon your state laws. And in Utah, it's all based upon whether or not there is a concept of privacy in the area that you're in. So in other words, can I record people walking down the street? Absolutely, they're in a public place. Can I record people in their own home? Absolutely not. They're in a private place, and that would violate Utah law and law in any other state. But your own home, do you have the right to record people coming into your own home? And generally that's viewed as not a place where people would assume that they have a right to privacy. They're entering into somebody else's property, and they wouldn't assume that they have a right to privacy. So normally the view is you don't have to disclose that you have hidden cameras or anything like that in the property, because there is no right to privacy that would exist in that, at least in the state of Utah. That could change, though, if you were using that to obtain a contractual advantage, because now you're getting outside of the scope of privacy rights and getting into, have you violated your duty of good faith and fair dealing in the contract because you're trying to listen in to get an advantage over a negotiating tactic. So I think those are 2 different things. I think that, this will probably be litigated, and laws will change on it, just because cameras are becoming more and more prevalent. I know in California, they have a disclosure as to whether or not there are cameras on their MLS. I don't think they're on any of the MLSs in Utah, but it's an interesting topic that I think will change. But right now, I think there is no duty to disclose cameras, and it's only if you're using it for an improper purpose that you would potentially have some liability as a seller.
Just to add one thing to that, sadly, I've had to address this, but there were cameras in the bathroom, and even though it's your house, you know, a buyer has a reasonable, the term is reasonable expectation of privacy if they're going into the bathroom, and was found that these sellers had been recording buyers using the bathroom, and, you know, criminal penalties followed. So, you know, I actually, Shane said 5 attorneys, 5 answers. I agree with what he said, but beware, it's not just the license to film everybody everywhere all the time.
That's a great point. And that, I mean, not to go into the weeds on that, Sam's 100% correct on that. But that goes to, I mean, that goes to your own family members. You can't install cameras in the places where there would be a reasonable expectation of privacy. And the bathroom is definitely that place. You're muted, Craig.
Hey, great job, guys. I know we didn't get to all the questions. We will do some additional Facebook Live events on these topics so that we can answer all of your questions. Certainly feel free to call the hotline. This is the last keyword, okay, answers. Hopefully you got some answers to some of your questions. This is the last keyword. So remember, you send in your 6 keywords and your license number. Send it in. Thanks everyone for participating. I want to thank our panelists. They did a fantastic job. It is something that it's great to see the wealth of experience that we have here. So I'll turn the time back over to President Robinson.
Thanks, Craig. Hey, you guys know that we had hundreds, and this is the biggest convention that we've ever had online right now. And we probably had about 50 questions of people asking questions. We couldn't get to all of them. So please remember, like Craig said, you can do a Facebook Live, and you can also call the legal hotline for other questions. And in a couple of weeks, we're going to be launching our legal library, which this has been in the works for quite a few years. They've been spending a lot of time figuring out the information that you guys ask the most, that you want the most, and compiling all of this good information for you so that you guys can have all that right at your fingertips. I want to thank the legal panel. Awesome job. We got to thank our staff. Our staff does so much for all of us, and you don't always see them. They're always behind the scenes, but they rock it. And our convention committee did an awesome job. Our CEOs, Chris Kyler's rocking it. Deanna Devi puts in a lot of work in getting this convention rolling. We got to thank them, give them a standing applause, because they are truly the best. So thank you guys. Now, everyone else, remember, the first 5 people fill that form out with those 6 words on it, right? Those keywords are going to get that mug. So remember to submit that with your keywords, and then that way, that's how you're going to get your CE. So go do that now, and we look forward to seeing you in the future at other UAR events. Thank you very much for coming. Have a great day.